Alright, how's everybody doing this evening? That was one Lawrence E. King singing the national anthem at the 1984 Republican National Convention. Tonight, here on our 5th episode of Dudes Talking on the We've Read the Documents channel, me and George from CAVDEF.org are going to discuss the Franklin scandal and the mysterious case of Johnny Gosch, and why they are both real, and why the visual conspiracy narrative of both are correct, even though there have been detractors recently have come out, whether it's the Faded Out podcast, whether it is Hoax Tech Research and Vindalf, who say that it is not. But we are here to defend with the facts, with the evidence, that the conventional narratives of these cases are true, even though some of the characters who have weaved themselves into the Franklin scandal are not. George, are you there? Can you hear me, brother?
Yep, I'm here.
Alright, go ahead and tell everybody, give a little bit of your background, with CAVDEF and everything, and let's get started.
Looking into all sorts of covert government activities, such as, election fraud, drug trafficking, human trafficking, serial killers, all sorts of these angles and cover-ups. And, my work really started out looking into election integrity, which was the cause for the name of my organization, which is the Coalition Against Voter Disenfranchisement and Election Fraud, CAVDEF. But looking into that topic quickly led me into looking into so many others, and really realizing that to understand one issue, you really have to understand all of them. And so I became very involved in researching and investigating human trafficking cases that involved wealthy and prominent members of society, and that brought me to cases like the Franklin scandal, the abduction of Johnny Gosch, the molestations by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, and really all sorts of cases that follow the same sort of pattern. There are a lot more than people know about, and it's become one of my major missions to expose all of this.
Yeah, very interesting. George, for sure. Everything, the work that you've done, whether it is on voter fraud, whether it is on serial killers, whether it's on the many different cases dealing with either the Franklin scandal or the Johnny Gosch kidnapping. You've done a lot of work. You're very knowledgeable, one of the best in the field of all this. You should give yourself a little pat on the back for that, man. As soon as I heard you the first time I ever heard you on Opperman Report, I knew that you truly knew your stuff, and I knew that you truly were someone special when it comes to trying to dig down to the truth. And that's why tonight we're going to try to get down to the bottom of, the Franklin scandal, the Franklin cover-up, whatever you want to call it, and try to understand exactly what we have going on, because it is a very, very complex case with, Lawrence E. King and Gary Caradori and Alisha Owen, Troy Bonner, and there are many people who attack the people who gave us the information, whether it's John DeCamp, whether it's Nick Bryant, whether it's Ted Gunderson, who tried to get the information out. And though we have our issues with each one of those people to some degree, Nick Bryant probably being the least, why don't we start with the conventional narrative for the Franklin cover-up?
Sure. Well, basically, the Franklin scandal was this thing really burst into the headlines in Omaha in the early 1990s, and it had to do with the anti-Semitic police. And Larry King operated with a black man who operated the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union, which was meant to serve Omaha's poor black community. He had been managing it since the 1970s. And Larry King, he lived a very much the high roller lifestyle. He was chartering private jets all over the place, buying flowers and expensive things. So he was really living the high life while managing this credit union that wasn't paying out all that much. And so he had this very glossy exterior, and he was also very politically active. Larry King was quite high up in the Republican Party. He was, he was vice chairman of the National Black Republican Council. He was part of the Council of Minority Americans. He had all these major positions, and he was known as the fastest rising star in the GOP, the fastest rising black star in the GOP. And he had connections to, you know, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, William Casey, who was the CIA director, Edwin Meese, who was the Attorney General at the time under Reagan, Clarence Thomas, the future Supreme Court Justice. So Larry King was really super well connected to national politics and also to Omaha politics. And the thing is, beneath all of this, this glossy, flashy lifestyle that Larry King was leading, there were a lot of dark rumors swirling about his life, that he was a pimp, that he was a drug dealer, that he was involved in all sorts of sordid criminal enterprises. And one of the allegations that came up time and again with regards to Larry King was that he was involved in not only molesting children, but actually getting these children and pimping them out to other prominent people in Omaha and elsewhere in the country. And there were many victims who kept coming forward, and Larry King's name would always surface again and again. He was really the center of this whole thing. And you know, Larry King was implicated in essentially providing children to a lot of prominent individuals in Omaha for sex. You know, people like the newspaper publisher Harold Anderson, the police chief Robert Wadman, department store owner Alan Bayer, news columnist Peter Citron, judge Theodore Carlson, basically, you know, all manner of influential people around Omaha, and also that he would fly these children all around the country to other cities in the U.S., to places like Washington, D.C., and he would also be providing children to, you know, prominent politicians and businessmen there. So Larry King was really involved in some of the most sick, despicable activities imaginable at the service of the rich and powerful.
So George, who are some of the so as far as Lawrence E. King is concerned in his background, can you tell us a little bit about his early life and the things that he had going on with him? Now, he was in the United States Air Force, correct?
Well, yeah, that was one of the most interesting things about Larry King's background. That he was in, I believe, he was in signals intelligence in Thailand around the time that the U.S. was waging all sorts of covert operations in Southeast Asia. So he had what appears to be some kind of intelligence background. And it should be noted that Craig Spence of Washington, D.C., who was widely regarded as Larry King's partner in this pedophile ring, was also fulfilling what appeared to be an intelligence role in Vietnam, posing as a journalist at the same time. So Larry King seems to have had an intelligence background. He got out of it, and he wasn't exactly the most notable figure for a while, but there were some interesting articles profiling him. Like one article in the Omaha Sun in 1973 talked about how Larry King renewed his acquaintances with the FBI, so he had some kind of prior relationship with them, but that was never really explained. And eventually, in about 1974, is when he ended up getting picked to be the head of the Franklin Credit Union, which was failing at the time. And Larry King was credited with turning it around, and he hired a man named Tom Harvey, who had been involved in he was a former school teacher who had left after some child molestation accusations. So he's definitely an interesting person to come there. And then it turns out that Tom Harvey was basically cooking the books and stealing money from the credit union, and Larry King was either organizing this or he got in on it too. And so for the next several years, Franklin was basically being used it was being massively embezzled from by Larry King. By 1988, when the feds finally closed it down, you know, 40 million was found to have been stolen from it. And Larry King had somehow managed to stave off audits for years. Like, you know, it should have been audited way earlier than 1988, but anytime the auditors came by, he would basically tell them to
call Bush.
Well, yeah, he not necessarily call Bush, but he said call Washington.
Yeah, call Washington. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, you can pretty much pretty clear indicator of what his connections truly were. He had the federal protection to be able to call in that kind of favor and avoid being audited. So he was able to get away with this for quite a number of years. And, he was stealing money for personal use, at the very least, but quite possibly also for covert operation usage as well, although that's one of the less substantiated things. But one of the things that I think is important to get into about Larry King, because the official narrative of this whole thing is that all the accusations against him were a hoax, and we can explain how that came to be. But I think it's important to really go into all of the children over the years who accused Larry King of being involved in this activity, because it's quite a staggering number, and they all came forward independently at various times, from the mid '80s to the early '90s, and it really is staggering, all these children who implicated him.
Yeah, very much so, George. I mean, real quick, Lawrence E. King had many different connections, whether it was he donated to certain groups like Citizens of America, which is a conservative group that was run by Jack Abramoff, who assisted Oliver North in the Iran-Contra affair. He donated a lot of money to Jack Kemp, especially during his 1988 presidential bid. Of course, Jack Kemp was Council for National Policy member. As well. He hosted a $100,000 gala during the 1988 Republican National Convention in New Orleans, just like the clip I played at the beginning of the stream. He sung at the 1984 Republican National Convention. So Lawrence E. King was the fastest rising star, fastest rising black star in the Republican Party. He wasn't just some dude that a lot of the detractors would make him out to be, who had no high-flying connections. I mean, we're still searching for, one day, hopefully I will get this, the picture that used to hung up in his office with him and George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush. So he had connections, that were outside of Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, even some of his connections, too, inside of Omaha being, with Susan Buffett, the wife of Warren Buffett, who was a volunteer for the Franklin Credit Union early in its foundation, and as well as possibly, I've noticed you probably have heard the rumors too that are not completely verified, that they threw a anniversary for King and his wife, the Buffetts did, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, the Buffetts a lot of the people would try to distance themselves from Larry King after in November of 1988, when the credit union was finally, impounded by the authorities and closed down for the major financial fraud. But I mean, it really is incredible. Like, people like Buffett would say, I knew Larry King was a phony from the beginning, but there was a clear social association that he had with King going back, the decade before. People like the police chief Robert Wadman would say that they had really no relationship to King, or very little relationship to King, even though, Wadman had, stayed at King's house in Washington, D.C. when he was between jobs. He had been contacted personally by Larry King for some kind of favor, some evidence that had been seized, and he wanted to get released by the Omaha police. And Nick Bryan even documented more favors that Larry King seemed to do on behalf of the police chief. Like, at one point, the police got involved in some dispute, and they were basically told, Larry King is a friend of the chief. So all these people in Omaha, as well as outside of Omaha, had all these major connections to Larry King. And then as soon as he started to get exposed for his financial crimes, they pretty much tried to abandon him, like pretend that they had never seen or heard of Larry King, that everyone was trying to dissociate themselves, but it really was not credible. He was very much a part of all of their social circles, and the evidence indicates that he wasn't just a friend, that he was actually their provider, their pimp for drugs and for forced child prostitutes.
Yeah, and it was Rusty Nelson who reported that Ronald Reagan was who he overheard, not Bush, who was Reagan, that he overheard Lawrence E. King saying, "Get me Reagan on the phone to get him out of trouble." And I know Rusty Nelson's sketchy character with a lot of things that he did report, but some of it rings true when you look into it with the documents that we do have. But to get back to what you were initially saying earlier, I just wanted to make it clear that Lawrence E. King was just not a nobody. Okay, he was connected at the highest circles, especially when we talk about Craig Spence a little bit later on. So why don't we talk about Gary Caradori for a minute, and also the testimonies of Alisha Owen, Troy Bonner, and Danny King.
Well, sure, but I think it's important to tell the full story because, Larry King was certainly coming up in a lot of these investigations well before Caradori came in. And Caradori, I would say, was the most credible investigator of Franklin, but this thing didn't come out of nowhere, and it actually developed even before Larry King went down for his crimes. And it really begins back in about 1985 and 1986 with the Webb, basically Ulysses Washington and the Webb family.
Yes, the Webbs.
Yeah. So Ulysses Washington she was a girl who who along with her sisters had been taken from her parents' home because they were really unfit to raise her, and they had all been placed in the home of Jarrett and Barbara Webb. Now, Barbara Webb was a cousin of Larry King, and Jarrett Webb was on Franklin's advisory board. So they were both quite linked to Larry King, and the Webbs were publicly recognized as one of the best and most prominent foster families in Nebraska. Like at one point, they had won some award that the governor Bob Carey personally presented to them for being such great foster parents. And Barbara Webb would say, the way we do it, we have a whole lot of love. Like she would keep pounding into the narrative that it's all about love, but behind closed doors it was clearly anything but love. All the kids, all the foster children in the Webb home endured some of the most horrific abuse there was. I mean, they were being beaten daily for the most minor infractions. They were being essentially starved quite a lot, and this went on for literally years of their existence, and it finally started to come crumbling down as various members of the Webb home, started to run away, started to rebel a bit more. Like at one point,
started to try to tell their teachers, try to get it out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of the Washington sisters that started running away, and they went to their grandmother, and eventually, what started to happen is that social services was called in for investigating this stuff, and they started to build cases, but there were a lot of irregularities even surrounding these very early cases with the Webbs. Like, the Webbs were never really sanctioned for any of what they did. They were never, forced to give up any of the children. The Webbs would always short-circuit these investigations by voluntarily giving up the children who were accusing them of these crimes before any action could really be taken. And there were definitely some strange things that happened in the investigation. Like one foster care caseworker was trying to look into the Webbs, and she was apparently contacted by an Omaha FBI agent and told to forget what she was doing and stop looking into the Webbs. So this early on, you get some sense of political and law enforcement pressure being applied to stop this investigation. But also Ulysses Washington, who was one of the, who was the main witness at one point, tried to go to the Washington County, Nebraska Sheriff's Office to get charges filed, and she told her story multiple times, passed several polygraph tests, and nearly everyone in the office wanted to charge the Webbs, but the one holdout was the prosecutor, Patrick Tripp, who maintained against everyone else's judgment that she was lying, and she had essentially been that she had managed to convince herself that the story was true, that the story she told of the abuse were true, even though they weren't. So, you get one of the earliest invocations of the whole false memory defense coming from one of Nebraska's prosecutors to try to avoid taking any action on the Webbs. And by the way, the Webbs had hired as their defense lawyer someone named Gary Randall, who was quite well connected. The Washington sisters said they were afraid of him, and he ended up becoming a judge in Nebraska. So, but yeah, basically, even though there wasn't really justice served against the Webbs, at least the children finally got out of that abusive home, and they were relocated to other foster homes. And Ulysses Washington, in particular, ended up in the home of Kathleen Sorensen,
yes,
who was another
who they made their confessions to, and Christine Halberg as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So Kathleen Sorensen was another foster mother in Nebraska who had taken in a lot of children over the years, but unlike the Webb, she actually provided a caring environment. And over time, Yuli started to open up more and more about what she had endured. And the physical abuse that they talked about was horrible enough, and that was what started the initial social service investigations. But it got even worse as Yuli started to make her disclosures. She revealed that it wasn't just physical abuse; that Jarrett Webb would actually be sexually abusing her. Ever since she was in fourth grade, so only like 9 or 10 years old, Jarrett Webb, her foster father, had been taking her into his bedroom and forcing himself on her. And this sick thing went on for years, like
They were
until she
also
was.
getting pimped to the North Omaha Girls Club too, as well, right?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, that was one of the disclosures that started to come a bit later after her initial claims about being abused by Jarrett. And, as Yuli started to open up more and more, she eventually revealed that it wasn't just her father who was abusing her. There was also uh, a, a family member named Uncle Larry, who clearly was Larry King, who, like I said, was Barbara Webb's cousin. And what Ulysses revealed, and her sisters as well, was that they were taken to, as you say, the Omaha Girls Club, where, they were all participating, and they were teenage girls. And the Washington sisters noticed that there were a lot of really much older men at the girls' club who seemed to be, salivating over having all these young girls with them. So they were pretty much taken to this whole disgusting thing that Larry King was involved in. And Ulysses in particular said that Larry King would actually take her on trips, and the Webbs would basically say, you're going with Larry King, you're going out of town. And Ulysses said that she would be taken on these plane trips with other kids, including kids who came from Boys Town, which was the local Catholic orphanage for disadvantaged boys. That was supposedly caring for them, but had all sorts of children making claims of abuse as well. So Ulysses Washington was essentially the first child to say, and she gradually made these disclosures over time, that she was being flown around the country by Larry King with a bunch of other kids and pimped out to all sorts of people around the country. And she didn't know all of them, but she knew that there were some prominent individuals there, well dressed and seemingly, prim and proper men. And one of the people who she was able to tell was none other than Vice President George H.W. Bush. Ulysses said that she was flown to a party in Chicago where one of the participants there was George H.W. Bush. So Ulysses was the first one to talk about going to these parties and having uh, all these major, connections to high-level politicians surface. Now, at the same time, like roughly around the same time, there was another victim who was at a youth care home in Omaha named Shawnetta Moore. And Shawnetta Moore was under the care of Kirsten Hallberg, who was a friend of Kathleen Sorensen, had been there to hear some of what Ulysses was saying. And Kirsten Hallberg was trying to get to know Shawnetta. And Kirsten Hallberg ended up hearing that Shawnetta had also been affiliated with the Omaha Girls Club. So, she started to ask some questions about uh, her activities there, and eventually started to get a bit too close for comfort, because Shawnetta became very uncomfortable about the line of questions, which was starting to get into the realm of, connections to child prostitution. And so Shawnetta became very distressed over what had happened about this, and apparently she eventually disclosed to her school counselor that she had been involved with a child prostitution group that involved Larry King. And she first made this disclosure to the counselor, and then Kirsten Hallberg heard about it. So Kirsten Hallberg was also trying to care for her and, pursue this, but she was being reprimanded by her supervisors for taking too much of an interest the in Shawnetta, and she was eventually basically given an ultimatum of either you resign or you get fired. So you see all of these cases that were sort of popping up periodically over the years, and there were various people trying to pursue them. Like with Ulysses, you also had uh, Julie Walters from Boys Town, who was investigating the child molestation accusations there, because Ulysses had implicated Boys Town students as being part of this network too. And you had all these investigations that were trying to go on, but very little notice was ever taken of them. And finally, in about 1988, the Foster Care Review Board, which was led by Carol Stitt, was going over all of these files that had just been languishing in government records for a while that no one had really done much with. And Carol Stitt came across all these accusations of child abuse involving Larry King, and she was dumbfounded at how pretty much no one really cared about any of these accusations. No action had been taken whatsoever. So the Foster Care Review Board, which involved Carol Stitt, who was the director, but also essentially another one of the directors, Dennis Carlson, who they basically were involved in looking through all these cases, trying to recontact the people who were first investigating them and try to get the authorities to actually care about them. So they ended up reporting all this to the Omaha Police Department and the Nebraska Attorney General, who claimed that they were doing these real investigations, but then they pretty much stonewalled for months without really saying anything. And then ultimately, later in 1988, they just said, well, these accusations of child abuse have no basis in fact whatsoever. So all the major law enforcement entities in Nebraska pretty much shut everything down. And that seemed like it would be the end of it, but then the whole Franklin credit situation happened. The credit union got raided, and the Nebraska State Senate was like, well,
all right, George, hold on real quick. I want to talk about one thing real quick. One thing I didn't hear you mention about Shanita Moore was that this man named Ray that she had met at the Girls Club, the Omaha Girls Club, North Omaha's Girls Club. He took her kind of like to these abandoned buildings and kind of like to these quote unquote parties. And later, I think it was sometime during 1982, she went to like some special, I guess it was a satanic ritual, where candles and other weird stuff. And the men that identified the pseudonyms was Ace, Kings, Horses, Jerry, Lucifer, and Mike. And the men were dressed in robes adorned with upside-down crosses, and the leader wore a long black cape and gold skull head rings on his fingers. So, and then she was locked in a small room with a Caucasian baby girl for about 5 hours, and they were trying to convince her to kill the baby. So about all that, was that the first indication of mention of satanic ritual abuse or satanic abuse within the Franklin cover-up or the Franklin scandal? That would be the first incident on the timeline if we're looking at 1982, around that time of it being mentioned.
Yes, and I guess I should say, Shanetta didn't actually make her disclosures until about 1986, but yeah, she had been abused for years prior, and she was definitely the first person to bring up Satanism. I mean, as we'll probably get into later, some of the detractors in this case try to claim that all of these foster parents were, like Kathleen Sorensen, were Satan hunters, trying to who were just so caught up with believing in satanic abuse and that they would lead their kids into making those disclosures even if they didn't happen. But Ulysses Washington, who was under the care of Kathleen Sorensen, did not talk about satanic ritual abuse in any way, didn't say anything about Satanism. She just talked about child abuse and pedophilia. It was only Shanetta Moore who was the first person to bring that up. So well, King's Horses was actually alluding to one of Larry King's henchmen who later, one of Larry King's henchmen who was also named Larry and would later show up in some of the witness accounts. Yeah, Larry the Kid. Which is interesting because some of the kids who were interviewed by Caradori would actually make reference to the same person, King's Horses, in their statements. So that sort of goes back in time and confirms that Shanetta was really making actual disclosures about Larry King and the people connected to him.
Yeah, so it's very interesting, like you mentioned, just Shanetta Moore's account of naming all these people and everything, and people, the detractors saying that trying to put a broad brush, everybody made satanic ritual abuse, as far as disclosing that information, but hers was the earliest, and like you mentioned earlier, Ulysses Washington did not make that claim at all.
Yeah, and I just think it's important because, a lot of people know about the major 4 Franklin victims who Caradori interviewed, which would be Alisha Owen, Troy Bonner, Danny King, and Paul Benassi. But the thing that a lot of people don't realize and sort of gets left out of a lot of the conventional accounts of Franklin is that this thing didn't just pop up in after the Franklin Credit Union collapsed. It was actually circulating in the Nebraska, judiciary, law enforcement, and social services realm for years before anyone really did anything about it. And that's really a testament to how much, how little impetus there was in the establishment to really doing anything about these allegations. It took quite a while for anyone to dig them up and really take them seriously. And ultimately, after you have Ulysses Washington and Shanetta Moore making these claims and very little getting done for either of them, there was a police officer named Earl Carmean who would interview Shanetta once, and he would find her pretty credible. He spoke to her and said, that she was believable. She spoke very maturely, and there were plans to go interview her again, but ultimately that never materialized, and Carmean started to face pressure at work because he was trying to pursue these leads that went to Larry King, and the chief, Robert Wadman, didn't want him to. And a lot of the police officers who were investigating this stuff were actually, leaving the reports out of the official stenography pool to make sure that the chief didn't come across them. So there was already this atmosphere of mistrust developing where some of the legitimate police officers who were trying to do their jobs felt like they couldn't. And that was really the tragic truth of what it was like. And at the same time, in 1988, yet another connection to Larry King and child pornography surfaced. A man by the name of Rusty Nelson was reported to police as basically trying to entice an underage girl to pose for pornography pictures. And Earl Carmean had also been investigating this, and he ultimately ended up tracing down the fact that Rusty Nelson was actually operating in an apartment that was owned by Larry King, and he would constantly refer to the boss who owned this place and kept it stocked. So, you have these two child victims implicating Larry King. You have a child pornographer who is working for Larry King, and somehow all this goes nowhere. And finally, after the Franklin Credit Union collapses, a lot of Nebraska state senators come together and they start to investigate this major financial fraud. But but then they end up realizing that there's a lot more to the story than just financial fraud. That especially people like Ernie Chambers, who are very tuned into Nebraska's black community and what's going on the streets, basically revealed that there was a lot more to what Larry King was doing that the authorities had been ignoring all this time. And so finally, the Nebraska State Senate, who formed a special subcommittee to investigate Franklin, went from just looking at Larry King's embezzlement to looking at all of these accounts of child abuse that had never properly been followed up on. And for the first time, they began to attempt a real investigation. And they had hired one investigator named Jerry Lowe for a period of time, and Kirk Naylor, who had formerly worked with him on a bank fraud case as counsel. But ultimately, Jerry Lowe and Kirk Naylor ended up quitting. And so finally, they ended up hiring as their investigator Gary Caradori.
So, George, real quick, I also want to bring up someone who I think is important to all this. And this one is Charlie Rogers, which Nick Bryant spent a lot of time discussing on his the Franklin cover-up. So, Charlie Rogers was a man who worked for Lawrence E. King. He owned his own lawn care service and worked part-time as a bouncer at the Max, which is a gay bar in Omaha, Nebraska. King spent a lot of money on Rogers, giving him a $2,800 gold deerskin coat, dozens of flowers, because Larry loved his flowers. Remember, he also sent flowers to Jack Kemp. Closet full of designer clothes and a gold bracelet engraved Charlie from the boss. Charlie Rogers was later found dead from apparent suicide on November 10, 1986 at his West Omaha apartment from a gunshot to the head. The suicide was very suspicious because 3 weeks before his death, at dinner with his mother at her house, he told her he had a plane ticket to Washington, D.C., and he asked her if she would wanted to come with him. She declined, then he abruptly cut the conversation short, and his mother believed he was hiding something. The Franklin Credit Union had purchased the ticket for Rogers. The ticket showed that he would fly to D.C., stay for 3.5 hours, and then fly back to Omaha, Nebraska, which is an odd short amount of time for such a trip. A week before his visit with his mother, he visited his sister and his brother-in-law, and he hinted that people he had affiliated himself with were powerful, and he was acting paranoid and scared. He mentioned to his sister that he, quote-unquote, thought he was in some trouble. He told his sister he'd worked for King for months and received $5,000 from King and took many trips to Washington, D.C. He told his sister he wanted out of his work relationship with King because he renewed a relationship with a former boyfriend who did not like or trust King. Rogers gave his sister letters that King wrote to him before he left in a business card for King. King contacted Rogers' family shortly after his death and asked for a pager he'd given to be returned to him. Rogers claimed to have a relationship with the Douglas County Deputy Attorney Bob Siegler and told his family if something happened to him to contact him. When Rogers' family contacted Siegler acted like he barely knew Charlie Rogers and he, quote-unquote, handled a few misdemeanor cases for him when he was in private practice. So, with everything that went on with that, what would you say about Charlie Rogers? Do you have anything to add? I just always find it interesting. Was there any knowledge that we know exactly what Charlie Rogers was doing for Lawrence E. King?
Well, unfortunately, we don't, and that's kind of the problem. There were a lot of these suspicious deaths surrounding the case. John DeCamp names at least 15 people in his book who seem to have some kind of suspect, connection to Larry King or Franklin, and died under strange circumstances. But each one of these cases was barely really investigated and never really went further. There were a lot of convenient suicides. There were some murders that didn't really make much sense or were kind of unsolved or viewed as accidents. Basically, yeah, unfortunately, there was this one journalist named James Allen Flannery who tried to follow down the whole Charlie Rogers case, and there were a couple weird things that he ran into, trying to get the...
He was getting stonewalled a lot.
Well, yeah, by everyone, like you said, he tried to talk to Bob Siegler, who basically was like, I don't confirm, I don't deny, I don't comment. He wouldn't say anything about this case. He tried
Harold
to get
Anderson also stonewalled him too?
Well, not that Harold Anderson stonewalled him. It was just because, Jim Flannery worked for the Omaha World Herald, and at one point he got a curious comment, I think it might have been from Siegler, that, does your boss know that you're looking into this? So this sort of implicit threat on his job with Harold Anderson's name was being made against him for looking into this case that involved Larry King. And by the way, Harold Anderson was, of course, a huge supporter and donor to Franklin. He was on the advisory board, too, and he would constantly laud all the supposedly good work that Larry King did. And the Omaha World Herald would continue to defend Franklin even after it had been exposed as a financial fraud by saying, it did good work up until the day it closed. So, yeah, Jim Flannery was one of the...
Well, I guess stonewall I meant by because Rogers' death was in 1986 as apparent suicide, but the story wasn't published until after the Franklin Credit Union scandal broke in 1988. That's a long time to hold on to a story.
Well, yeah, that's true, and I don't know if it's possible that Flannery, it is true that Flannery, he researched the story for a while, but they didn't even publish it for until it had sort of gone cold and was barely even relevant anymore, way after he had actually started an investigation. So yeah, the one honest journalist who really cared about the story was getting all sorts of resistance and trying to publicize it. But there were a lot of other suspicious deaths like this that happened with regards to Franklin, several of them in the mid 80s, and the problem is that you had all this innuendo and rumor circulating around Larry King. You had these child victims who came forward. You had Rusty Nelson being involved in child pornography and linked to Larry King. All this stuff was just out there, and people just ordinary citizens in Omaha kind of knew about this stuff. They knew that Larry King was a dangerous guy if they heard about him. The news and this information would travel quite a bit, but nothing was ever done officially, and the law enforcement and the media would always brush it off and, say they would either stop the investigation, say they couldn't find any evidence. They would say, it didn't pan out, we couldn't corroborate it. You would get the same sort of excuse again and again. And it wasn't really until Gary Caradori's investigation that, you really got an attempt to systemically examine all of what was going on and follow down all these leads and do a very detailed investigation. And that's when the Franklin case really began to pick up steam and made it, I would argue, way too much of a threat to the established power structure in Omaha and all over the nation.
Yeah, and I mean, Caradori, there's two main heroes within all of this, within the Franklin scandal, there is Gary Caradori, who I believe is a true American hero, and I do not say that lightly because to me very few people are. As well as Alisha Owen, and we will get to her later, and her unwavering testimony and how she never recanted everything, even with jail time. So both of them, no detractor has really, to my knowledge, ever gone against both of them. Because it's almost impossible, especially Caradori. He paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we will get to, we'll talk more about that later, George. So why don't we talk about Caradori for a little bit, and Carac Corp. Let's start with that, and then we'll go on from there.
Sure. Caradori was he was a decorated military serviceman. He got out. He was also in the Nebraska State Patrol for a while, so he was, in military and law enforcement, had distinguished careers.
He was in the Coast Guard, if I remember.
Yeah, I believe you're right about that. So Caradori had a very good record in these two positions, and then he got out and started to, he was also a bit of an entrepreneur, a businessman, and wanted to break into private investigations. So initially he started a firm with a business partner of his, Mike Weatherall, and then later it split up and he just had his own firm, which was known as Carac Corp. And Carac Corp would do all sorts of investigations, like, it would do financial stuff, but it would also do, missing people's cases. And one of the things that Gary Caradori was most famous for and was sort of celebrated for in one news article out of Lincoln, Nebraska, was that he would track down, prostitutes and runaways who had been forced into this whole business. And, he was very good at that job.
And I remember the quote he said about that. He said, if I didn't have to make a living, I tracked them down for free. That shows the character of the man that Caradori was.
Yeah, he really was a genuine person. He wasn't in this for the money, wasn't in it for the fame or sensationalism. He really wanted to do the right thing by, finding these victims and getting them safe and holding people to account. And so Caradori was sort of he had this unstoppable will. He was very good at his job, and he was very determined to see his tasks through. So he was in many ways, the perfect fit for the Franklin Committee to choose as their investigator, because he was adept at his job and he wouldn't give up, and that's the exact sort of tactic that was needed to pierce what really happened in the whole Franklin case.
Yes, very much so, and later we'll talk about. So why don't we go ahead and start with Caradori, getting down the leads, looking into the Franklin case. Eventually how he met Alisha Owen first, and eventually we get her testimony and what came on from there, and then we'll get to them trying to smear Caradori and then his tragic demise.
Sure. So Caradori, unlike the previous investigator, wasn't content to just go over the previous reports that people had already done and interview the old witnesses and essentially, reinforce what had already happened, but not really follow new information. And Caradori, he had this, he ultimately, in his time as the investigator, developed a massive, collection of investigative reports on all sorts of things. He would go out and talk to really anyone and everyone involved in the case. And he was, he wasn't a gullible dupe. He wouldn't, he would be critical of people's statements. He would note down things like, okay, these are potential contradictions. These are things I need to corroborate before I just believe them. So he was a very meticulous investigator, but he would go out and talk to all sorts of witnesses. He would talk to, other child victims. He would try to track down, people who knew these various prominent figures accused of the abuse. And he developed all sorts of major leads in his investigative files, which are unfortunately still not released to the public. But ultimately, Caradori, while he was, doing all his investigating, he ended up coming across a weird guy by the name of Michael Casey. And Michael Casey has a very colorful background for a number of reasons, but Michael Casey was basically, he was writing this article in Village Voice that talked about Franklin and trying to make himself out to be some kind of great investigator on the case. And he essentially said, basically, Gary Caradori came into contact with him hoping to get some leads, and Casey was sort of saying, I have a video.
I got a video.
Yeah, I have a video of Larry King raping a kid, which was not true, and Caradori quickly realized that Casey was quite a bit of a huckster. But Caradori did glean some information from Casey, which were a bunch of names that he just started to write down. And one of the names that came up was Alisha Owen, who was incarcerated at the time in the York prison. So Caradori ultimately ended up paying a visit to the York prison and sort of came in unannounced and met with Alisha Owen, and she was really shocked because she had all these demons in her past of what she endured, and she found it really difficult to come to terms with it, and wasn't quite sure what to think of someone like Caradori just coming in and starting to ask her a bunch of questions. But
how did Casey and Owen meet? Was it they were both somewhere, and Casey was trying to supposedly dry up as an alcoholic?
Well, yeah, that's weird, and that sort of gets into the whole hoax narrative that tries to get pushed about Franklin. Yeah, Michael Casey, I should say, he has a very colorful history. Back in Los Angeles, which is where he came from, he had apparently convinced the Los Angeles Times reporters that he knew where Patty Hearst was, that she was like in Southeast Asia, and they got them to fund his trips there, even though he was hoaxing them the whole time. And then after he gets back from Southeast Asia, he returns with the so-called Green Book that one of Gerald Ford's national security advisors, Leo Chern, had. And so Casey somehow returns with this Green Book, which has been lost in France, but then allegedly surfaced in Southeast Asia, and says, "Hey, I have your book. You want it back?" And Casey had also been working for this International Rescue Committee, which was a known CIA front. So there are a lot of weird connections there. And then Casey ended up at Boys Town as their director of special projects, which is kind of unclear what the position.
Very suspect, should we say?
Yeah, unclear what the position actually meant, but he was ultimately fired for apparently stealing boys' psychiatric records and trying to sell them supposedly to Hollywood. So he came up in connection to Boys Town for a while, and then he ended up in all sorts of weird activities. He was apparently running cocaine from the West Coast in the 80s, which is during the same time that, as we know, the CIA was doing the same. And yes, he ended up getting into the St. Joseph's Mental Hospital in Omaha. And at the same time, Alisha Owen had been there for a suicide attempt. And they apparently, sort of they had some sort of relationship develop with each other. And according to Alisha Owen, Casey was really trying to prod her and pry at her for details about all sorts of things about Franklin, but she was very resistant to it. And he sort of gave her a contact number, if you're out and you need something, get in touch. And Alisha did, to some degree, get in touch with Casey and would even participate in his cocaine dealing escapades for a bit of time, but there's no evidence of, a major long-term association with Casey. But he did know about Alisha and something about her link to Franklin, and so Caradori got the name that way. But he ended up showing it up at the York prison where Alisha Owen was incarcerated, and she ended up finally consenting to an interview with Caradori, and she spoke at length for hours about her abuse that she suffered in Franklin, and she named names and did not hold back. She said, Larry King. Well, basically, Alicia's story was that a Boys Town student named Jeff Hubble brought her into this whole network. And basically, they met at some dance, and Jeff Hubble essentially, said, "You want to go to this party?" and took her here, and it turned out to be one of Larry King's sex parties at a local apartment. And the sex party had people visiting, the police chief Robert Wadman, and other parties would have people like Harold Anderson, the publisher, or Alan Bayer, the department store owner. So all these major people from Omaha. And when Alisha went to these parties, she quickly ended up, during the first occasion, she was apparently forced to lose her virginity to Troy Bonner, who was another one of the participants at these parties. And ultimately, on the next occasion, she was basically, brought in and basically forced by Robert Wadman to have sex with her. So essentially raped by the police chief around age 14 or 15. So Alisha would continue to go to these parties. She'd fall in with this horrible crowd, and the way they would draw these kids in was, the mixture of the carrot and the stick. They would be giving these children some amounts of money or drugs. At the same time, they would be threatening them. And so these kids were sort of sucked into this horrifying network and forced to participate in these parties and service all these major politicians and prominent individuals. And Alisha would go here. She would say that she was even taken by Wadman to places like the French Cafe,
And
which
she was
was,
afraid that Wadman was going to tell her parents, right? That she was afraid that, and that later on, she was afraid if her parents found out, which she would break down and cry with her mother when she told her. She was afraid that, her parents would fight it to the bitter end and they would be murdered. So it was, Wadman being the police chief, he had a lot of power in Omaha, so it's understandable of how frightened she was.
definitely. And some things about the French Cafe. At one point, Gary Caradori actually spoke to the manager, Sheila McGuire, of the French Cafe, and Sheila literally admitted that, yeah, like like Larry King would come here and he would basically use this as a sort of a party spot to bring in kids or drugs or whatever his clients wanted. And she even said, there are high-level business people in Omaha who are essentially shitting their pants about this whole Franklin ordeal because if it ever gets out, it's going to lead right back to them. So the thing that Alisha said about the French Cafe, and Alisha even named Sheila as the person who let her in to meet Wadman, that was corroborated by other investigation that Caradori was doing on Larry King's network. So stuff that Alisha said checked out, and she ended up giving the names of Troy Bonner and Danny King. So that led Caradori to find even more people to interview. And so Caradori would get all these statements on tape, develop their stories, and write very detailed notes about all of what they said. And so Caradori had all these people in his, who he had found who were telling firsthand accounts of Franklin, sort of confirming the same things that Shonetta Moore and Ulysses Washington said, but, other victims years after that. So this whole thing developed for a while, but then there was a problem, which was that obviously Caradori started to get notice and get the wrong kind of attention. He noticed that his phones were being tapped. He had a friend at Lincoln Telephone who he called over at one time to check it out, and he's like, "Yeah, your phone has been tapped." And his wife would relate this account to Nick Bryan at one point. So Caradori was being, he was being followed. Uh, he was being surveilled. And I've also spoken to Robert Hansel, who was one of the Carac Corp investigators who picked up this investigation after Caradori's death, and he told me much the same thing, that that they were being followed, they were having notes left on their cars that were essentially death threats. So Caradori was facing a lot of pressure just for daring to actually investigate these cases and develop leads, and he was really doing on the ground investigative work that no one else was daring to do. And the problem is, the FBI got involved under the pretense of wanting to investigate this case too. But what the FBI in Omaha was really doing was starting to approach these witnesses and intimidate them. And the FBI ended up getting to Troy Bonner and Danny King and making them, essentially making them recant their stories. And so soon after the FBI got involved with them, they flipped and said that they had made it all up, that Caradori gave them a script and told them to make everything up about the case. And the FBI
Which is
was
impossible because of the time frame, right?
well, yeah, the FBI tried to do the same thing with Alisha Owen, but she refused. And at one point, they even got Troy Bonner to call Alisha and try to get her to like Troy Bonner was at the behest of the FBI saying things like, just tell the truth. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Troy? This, like, I am telling the truth. What are you doing? And this can even be heard in the documentary Conspiracy of Silence about the Franklin case. So yeah, the FBI was trying some underhanded tactics, and interestingly enough, they at one point, like in Alisha Owen's later trial, when she was charged with perjury, like the FBI was forced to testify, and they would admit, yeah, we were trying to get Troy Bonner to entrap Alisha Owen and like make incriminating statements. So they were definitely up to no good in this whole thing. But Caradori had these three victims who he developed, and then ultimately he ended up gaining the name of a fourth victim, Paul Benassi, and Paul Benassi was incarcerated in the Lincoln Correctional Center. he had been charged with molesting a teenage relative of his. And when he was evaluated by the Omaha Police Department psychiatrist, Dr. Beverly Mead, it ended up turning out that Paul Benassi was suffering from multiple personality disorder, that he had, dozens or even hundreds of alternate personalities caused by years of traumatic abuse. And Paul Benassi said that he was, he fell in with a crowd of abusers in Omaha that were using him for sex and, sort of paying him and for essentially as a sort of a really young kid being given money to perform sex acts on people, and then eventually falling in with a crowd of people who dealt in more, in drugs and sort of like satanic activities. And essentially, Paul Benassi, got enmeshed in this underworld from a young age, and he slowly ended up becoming part of the of Larry King's social scene and Alan Bayer's social scene, and being taken to these parties as well. And Paul Benassi would actually be able to, he knew about some of these people like Alisha Owen, Troy Bonner, and Danny King, even though their names had never been made public at the time. As far back as March of 1990, which is before Alisha Owen's name became public, he was talking about Alisha Owen and talking about how Alisha Owen had been raped by Robert Wadman. And he was giving names like Jeff Hubble, this Boys Town student who Alisha Owen said introduced her to Larry King, names like Rusty Nelson, which had not been made public in connection with the case either. Paul Benassi also knew the name of one of the victims who had been molested by Omaha World Herald columnist Peter Citron, another name which had never been made public.
So you're telling me Benassi just didn't read some newspaper clippings when he was in prison and afterwards? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, at the very least, Benassi had a lot of information that could not have come from newspaper accounts. He had what appears by all accounts to be firsthand knowledge that could not have been gleaned elsewhere about these people who were involved with Franklin. He knew what he was talking about, and Caradori interviewed Benassi, and he confirmed. He essentially, he confirmed the involvement of people like Alisha, and he added his own account, which went even further and deeper because Benassi wasn't just abused in Omaha like some of the other people were. Benassi talked about being flown all over the country, people like, places like Washington, D.C. So, basically that was what Caradori's investigation, first picked up, all these major victims, all these other leads, and it was moving quite fast. And as Caradori's investigation was moving on, finally the authorities in Omaha decided to impanel a grand jury. And this grand jury was supposedly there to investigate Franklin and get to the truth. And they appointed a man named Samuel Van Pelt, who was a retired, I believe, former prosecutor in Nebraska as their special prosecutor. And so they had Samuel Van Pelt had previously been involved in another controversy over the shooting death of a Nebraska farmer, Arthur Kirk, by the Nebraska State Patrol. And that was one of those weird situations where, like, the Nebraska State Patrol claimed that he fired first, and that's why they shot him, even though they had never bothered to test for gunshot residue on his hands. So there was a lot of strange circumstances going on with Arthur Kirk's shooting death, and so they got the guy, Samuel Van Pelt, who said that the Nebraska State Patrol did nothing wrong in that case, to prosecute, to investigate the Franklin case as well, grand jury. And the thing about a grand jury is that it's very one-sided. The prosecutor controls evidence is presented, and they can shape whatever narrative they want. And so what really happened was that the grand jury started to primarily called people who would discredit Franklin, try to call in people like the FBI agents and Omaha police who said that there was nothing to these allegations, and basically was trying to get witnesses who would attack Franklin and try to break down the credibility of the people who were involved in Franklin, like Alisha and Paul Benassi. They would, of course, call Troy Bonner and Danny King, who had recanted their abuse, to the stand to get them to testify that it was all. They also were trying to implicate Gary Caradori in a very ludicrous. Gary Caradori was.
He tried to sell out for Hollywood.
Yeah, they claimed that he was shopping around the story for a Hollywood movie deal, which even their own witness basically said, that Caradori showed no interest in this, that he refused to discuss anything.
Yeah, when he
Because
found out about it, he seemed that he had been set up for this. He seemed to be upset, frustrated.
yeah, Michael Casey, the same person from earlier, essentially tried to set up Caradori with a Hollywood producer. And at first, Caradori came here, met with this producer, didn't even realize, who they were or why, or that
Pretty
Casey
much
was.
just set about that it was another lead, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. So Caradori was talking to this guy for a while, but that's just what Caradori did, trying to get information from people. And when he found out that Casey was behind it, he immediately left in disgust and cut off his contact. So the state, of course, tried to make this into some kind of, major conspiracy or underhanded dealing of Caradori, but they really just concocted that out of whole cloth and essentially smeared him, especially. And the problem is, Caradori, who had talked to this grand jury and sort of realized that they were not in the interest of truth, that they were working against it, he decided that he was going to try to find the smoking gun in Franklin, to find pictures of the abuse, pictures that would prove the abuse, because Alisha and several others, like Paul Benassi, talked about Rusty Nelson taking photographs of these children who were victims. So he followed on many leads to try to get these pictures, and he ultimately, according to 5 witnesses who Nick Bryan spoke to, I think there was Caradori's assistant, Caradori's wife. There was a Washington Times columnist, Paul Rodriguez, who had come in contact with Gary Caradori because he was looking into Craig Spence in Washington, D.C., and came up with the name Larry King. There was uh, Lauren Schmidt, who chaired the Senate subcommittee. There were several people who all confirmed the same story, that Caradori went to Chicago to meet Rusty Nelson, who, as we've established already, was definitely working for Larry King and was taking child pornography. Uh, so Caradori, met with Rusty Nelson in Chicago to get these pictures, and then he flew back on his airplane, in his private plane, but he never made it back. The plane went down, and Caradori and his son, who were flying with him, died. And whatever he found, we'll never know. But that was what happened to him. And after Caradori died, the investigation sort of petered off from there, because no one had the same sort of drive and skill set that Caradori had.
So, Karen Ormston was Caradori's partner.
Right.
She never had any bad things to say about Caradori, correct?
She did not. And yeah, like I said, I spoke to Robert Hansel, who essentially took over after Caradori's death, and he worked with Karen Ormiston too. And he was also of the overwhelming opinion that, the leads that Caradori was developing, all that stuff, it was real, and they were really facing consequences for probing into this stuff. So Caradori was, he would be smeared quite a bit, but there really is from the people who knew him the best, there was really nothing but positive things to say about him, and he was earnestly investigating this stuff. And obviously, we have no proof of what happened to him and why his plane went down, but it's certainly very convenient timing that as he is in Nebraska, as he's in Chicago to get the smoking gun of this abuse, and in fact, some of the people who he phoned, he literally told that he had gotten the evidence. He apparently told Lauren Schmidt, we got him in the short hairs, and he told people
Paul
like
Rodriguez that he was getting the pictures too as well.
Yeah, right. So Caradori basically said to these people, I got the evidence, and he was flying back with the evidence. There is very little doubt about that. And then his plane just mysteriously goes down right as that's happening. It seems kind of hard to believe, and I've gotten the police records from the Lee County, Illinois Sheriff's Department that investigated this, and there are some weird things like at least one witness talks about seeing a midair flash of light right before the plane went down, but others then try to challenge it and say that it wasn't until after the plane crashed that this happened. So the thing is that it certainly appears that the plane, exploded in midair, and in fact, the National Transportation Safety Board basically concluded that was what happened when they investigated the crash. Because the wreckage was strewn across such a large area, that the plane actually broke apart in midair before it actually crashed. So there isn't much of a good explanation for why this would happen other than sabotage. And in fact, it's kind of interesting reading through those Lee County records because there was the coroner's inquest that was included at one point, and some of the grand jurors at this inquest were asking like a National Transportation Safety Board member, okay, why did the plane break apart? Did you find evidence of sabotage? And they were like, no. And it's like, okay, well, what would have...
Yeah, the National Transportation Safety Board said they found nothing, if I remember correctly. No evidence of any type of sabotage or onboard explosion or anything.
Yeah, but then they never bothered to explain, or they had a very bad explanation of why the plane supposedly broke apart, because they just said, oh, the plane stalled and the wings snapped off. But, it wasn't just the wings that were strewn across this major radius. There were all tons of plane parts across this whole radius. And that does, so to just say, oh, the wings snapped off, and that's why there's so much wreckage over this 3/4 mile area really does not hold water. It's not a good explanation. And there are other irregularities too, like Caradori was having unexplained trouble with his instruments in the plane, like compass troubles, so signs that there might have been interference there. Uh, but yeah, like if you look at the coroner's inquest, the NTSB investigator was very cagey because he said there's no evidence of sabotage, but then when he was asked what would have caused it, they basically were cut off and said, don't speculate. So essentially, they were never held to account for what caused this explosion. There really was sort of a shoddy job done, and there's not a satisfactory explanation of what caused the plane crash.
There is something I want to mention that's a little bit of information out there that's been referenced time to time. It's something that we both looked into, and that was the fact that Wadman was the chief of police department of Aurora, Illinois, which is near Lee County, but it would not be his jurisdiction. But it is close enough within, I would assume it's, if I remember correctly through Google Earth, if I remember, it was around within a 100-mile radius, probably even less than that. But he would have had possibly some influence over the investigation, possibly as well, George. But it is something I do want to make note of.
Well, yes. I mean, according to the Lee County records that I have, the last airport that Caradori was in touch with as he was flying back was in Aurora. So there may be some connection there. It's possible that Wadman somehow asserted himself into it, and actually in one of the pages of the report, for some reason, one of the investigating officers wrote down the fact that Robert Wadman was the police chief of Aurora, Illinois at that point. And I've never seen an explanation of why that showed up in their investigative documents about Caradori's death, which possibly suggests there was something weird. Like they had some reason to bring up Wadman, but I don't know exactly why. But yeah, it is weird how he ends up leaving the Omaha Police Department around the time of the Franklin scandal's breaking. In fact, he had been fired by the mayor for insubordination. Then he was reinstated by the court after the mayor had been recalled, and the Omaha World-Herald was trying very hard to get him recalled. And then another court reversed his reinstatement, and so he was fired for real. And he ended up, while he was between jobs, he had stayed at Larry King's townhouse in D.C., as I said, but then Wadman ended up getting a job at Aurora, Illinois Police Department. So yes, it is interesting to see that geographical move in the proximity, but in any case, it seems very likely that, Caradori, he didn't just die in a tragic accident, that he was murdered, and his entire family is of the opinion that he was murdered. Like, they still believe it to this day. They view him as a hero, and they view him as someone who was killed for really trying to investigate Franklin. But yes. Unfortunately, though, that's, what happened after Caradori was killed. The grand jury ended up handing down indictments, which were against the children who were the victims of this pedophile ring. And they issued a really weird report that was saying things like, well, first of all, the report named all sorts of people who they didn't indict. Like, this report basically went on a rampage and sort of accused all these people.
A carefully crafted hoax.
Well, yeah, the report basically talked about all these people in Omaha, and it would say things like, this person was very irresponsible, this person was spreading too many rumors, and it would basically, sort of excoriated all these people and name them all publicly, yet it didn't indict any of them. And by the way, it turns out that this was actually illegal to do. Ernie Chambers, who was one of the state senators, actually the sued the Nebraska judiciary over this because you can't name, it's very irresponsible to name all these people publicly without actually taking any legal action, like just to cast all these aspersions on them and have the supposed might of a grand jury behind you, even though you're not doing anything. And the courts found in his favor, and they actually sealed the entire grand jury report away because of how it had irresponsibly treated all these people. But yeah, it tried to claim that the entire Franklin story was a carefully crafted hoax, so to speak. I think those were its exact words, but they never actually said who was behind it. Like, they never really identified it. They talked about all these people. All they said was it was by someone with a very good knowledge of Omaha and the people and institutions in it. So, they named all these people. They would say, like, John DeCamp acted irresponsibly for publicizing the names of the victimizers of these kids, that Kirsten Hallberg spread too many rumors, that Bonnie Cosentino of Concerned Parents spread too many rumors. It would say all these things about people. It would talk about Michael Casey, but again, it would never actually say who was behind the hoax. It would just say that there was a hoax and that Alisha Owen was part of it. It would say that Paul Benassi had no connection to any of this, that he was just essentially a faker trying to get involved. And that, what's also weird is it would say things like, why didn't the people surrounding Ulysses Washington do more to ensure that charges were filed against Jarrett Webb? Well, they did everything they could, and the prosecutor refused to file charges for a highly dubious reason. So the grand jury report in many cases didn't even get the facts right, and was just criticizing all the people who were actually defending the interests of these kids. The grand jury report also had other weird things in it too. Like, it would say things like children have the right to believe that if they exhibit reasonable behavior, they will not be abused. Like, that was actually a statement in the report. So
yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, kind of goes to show what kind of attitude they really had about children, that they weren't compassionate. They were really in it for covering for powerful people's interests. But yeah, Alisha Owen was indicted for perjury over talking about her abuse. So was Paul Benassi. And so Alisha Owen went to trial, and at the trial, it is interesting because a lot of the witnesses who were called to the stand by the state were sort of shredded under cross-examination. Like, there were all sorts of holes in their stories. Like, the state called Troy Bonner and Danny King, who had recanted for the FBI, after FBI intimidation, to say various things, and they constantly contradict themselves. Like, one of the interesting things about Troy Bonner is that right after Gary Caradori died, Troy Bonner was in tears. He was distraught, and he called Gary Caradori's wife and said, Gary Caradori didn't give me a script. He didn't lie. Everything I said was true. And then she was like, you have to tell someone. And so Troy went to Lauren Schmidt's office and told him everything. He took back his recantation, but then he would later deny that he ever visited the office. Now, under cross-examination, Troy Bonner ended up admitting that he did in fact visit Lauren Schmidt's office, but he couldn't explain why. So a lot of interesting things came out at this trial, and Alisha Owen also did very well on the stand. Like, when she was being questioned about all this stuff, Jeff Hubble would claim that he only met Alisha Owen once, but Alisha Owen clearly knew a lot more about Jeff Hubble, like the fact that he had been involved in a rehab and knew the name of it. So she even asked the prosecutor at one point, when she was being cross-examined, that's the problem. I just know too much. And he seemed kind of stunned for a moment because he didn't just fire back with more questions. He basically just said, okay, which is something that, a prosecutor who's firing off cross-examination is going to try to be going as rapidly as possible, but Alisha Owen seemingly stumped the guy for a bit. So unfortunately, it didn't really matter, though, because the jury ended up convicting her, although there were holdouts in the beginning, but there were some irregularities in the evidence at Alisha Owen's perjury trial that ended up sort of just being the deciding factor. Like, there was supposedly a letter that was from Michael Casey to Alisha Owen talking about the hoax and how she would gain all this fame and success from it, which, by the way, makes no sense because Alisha Owen never sought out fame or money. She was not ever talking to the press. She didn't try to make herself famous. She was trying to do the right thing by talking to the investigators, but she was not in any way seeking media attention. So that whole explanation is already bogus from the beginning. But the state supposedly introduced a letter into the jury room, a letter from Casey to Alisha talking about this hoax plan. The problem is this letter was part of evidence that was seized from Alisha Owen's cell on March 8th, but the letter is dated March 15th. So that kind of makes no sense as to how this evidence could actually be a real thing. And another problem is that there was like, when Robert Wadman was being cross-examined, like, he also exhibited quite a few contradictions. Like, he would say, to try to contradict Alisha Owen's statements about him, he would say, like, I never owned a gun since my time as a federal agent. Then uh, then her defense attorney introduced a deposition that Wadman gave in 1980 in a Utah case, talking about how he had a gun with him. So
yeah, that never made any sense. And Wadman would later become police chief, very close to me, of one Wilmington, North Carolina in the 1990s. Interesting enough. And he had scandals involved with him, too, there as well.
Yep, it basically just followed him everywhere where he went. But yeah, Wadman lied to the grand jury, and the problem is some of the jurors were trying to get this deposition from Utah in 1980 that proved that he was a liar, but they couldn't find it. Somehow this deposition disappeared from the jury room, and this letter, which had never been singled out by the prosecutor before, just mysteriously appeared in the jury room, even though it could not have been part of the evidence that was collected from Alicia's cell on March 8th. So, and jurors filed affidavits talking about all this mysterious stuff that went on with the evidence in the jury room, and basically all these irregularities that should have gotten her a new trial. And at one point, eventually Troy Bonner even filed an affidavit in 1993 to say, my original story to Caradori was true. Alisha Owen did not lie. Paul Bonacci did not lie. And he was going to testify at an appeal hearing, but then he suddenly got cold feet after a bunch of prosecutors and I guess attorneys went in the room and like law enforcement officials, and basically intimidated Troy Bonner against saying anything, against basically shut him up for good. But so unfortunately, Alisha Owen ended up in prison, and she had to serve her time until she finally got out. But meanwhile, what happened with Paul Bonacci? Well, I guess to say one more thing, the whole narrative, the whole hoax narrative, which needs to be clarified just to see how ludicrous it is, and some of the characters who we might talk about later, people like Vindalf, who left that infamous 1-star review on Nick Bryant's book. There is this whole narrative of how the hoax went down, but it really doesn't make much sense. First of all, the idea is that after Alisha Owen talked to Caradori, that she contacted Troy Bonner, and in a 20-minute phone call, she
laid out the whole plan, and somehow Troy Bonner was going to remember it. With all his memory issues and drug addiction issues, he was somehow going to remember this very complicated plan that he is going to have to recall multiple times. It's just ludicrous.
Well, yeah, and he gave a multi-hour statement to Caradori, so you couldn't encapsulate this hoax in a 20-minute phone conversation, but also this phone conversation literally did not happen. Alisha Owen's lawyer got all of the calls to and from York Prison on the day that it supposedly happened, and there were not any calls. So this didn't happen. This evidence was introduced at her trial, by the way, but it unfortunately didn't end up getting her off. But it shows that there clearly was no validity to that narrative. And then, of course, it was claimed that Troy Bonner and Danny King then discussed the hoax over drinks at the bar at a local hotel, the Residence Inn. But it turns out that the Residence Inn did not have a bar. So, and her lawyer got someone to testify to this fact. So at every step of the way, every link in the chain breaks down. And even some people who are very adamantly against Franklin, people like Vindalf, have said outright that they don't believe the so-called state's narrative of how the hoax was imparted. But obviously, that raises the question of, well, if this narrative is fake, where did it come from? Why are these people blatantly lying about this hoax, and how is that consistent with anything other than them being intimidated to lie and recant? It seems very contradictory to hold the dual opinion that the hoax narrative is not true, which Nick Bryant's book pretty clearly demonstrates the hoax narrative is totally fake, and yet also believe that Franklin was still a hoax anyway, even though the conventional narrative of how it happened is false. The only logical conclusion to draw from all this irregularity here is that these kids were being intimidated. They were being forced to lie and forced to essentially bring down people like Alisha Owen and Paul Benassi who are sticking to their stories.
Yeah, very much so. As a way of trying to, and no one's ever gone after Caradori. It's very difficult to go after Alisha Owen, and her, she never wavered. I mean, she went to jail. Later she was eventually able to get out and make something of herself and make something of her life. But she never did waver her testimony and stuck by it, and was punished greatly for just telling the truth and trying to get her story out there. So whatever happened to Lawrence E. King? Last time we left him, he was being evaluated at a psychiatric hospital. Later he would stand trial and being convicted for embezzlement. He did end up serving jail time. What year was he released? Was it 1999, George?
It was, I believe, 2001.
2001, okay, that's right, yes. And then after that, he would later he would actually go to the Washington, D.C. area, to my knowledge, and work for BMW of Sterling, which was owned by Thomas Moorhead.
Right.
And then later would be involved with the Washington Redskins Youth League, as well as Opera Nova, teaching children how to sing opera, and also work at Honey Baked Ham. He was coming out of retirement to work at Honey Baked Ham, but I haven't got any clue of any of his recent whereabouts, because anytime anybody finds out where he's working for, other than Sterling of B&W, which Thomas Moorhead would not fire him, with his own quote-unquote possible connections with Franklin, or alleged connections with Franklin, I haven't found anywhere where he's working currently yet. Have you?
I have not, but it's very strange how Larry King, he has the record that he does, even if he was supposedly exonerated by the grand jury of any kind of child abuse, but he was at least a financial criminal who embezzled millions of dollars from a credit union that was meant to serve the poor black community in Omaha. And he gets out, and he's apparently able to make contact with all these prominent organizations. And is no one ever doing background checks on these people? Most.
Well, I pulled a background check on Lawrence E. King, and the only thing that came up for him, embezzlement, didn't even come up. It was just traffic tickets.
Well, that's very interesting. But that's kind of the thing. Most people who are felons, convicted felons, would have a hard time getting even some of the most basic level jobs. It's hard out there, but Larry King apparently had no trouble at any point getting these jobs, and whenever he gets fired after his past comes out, he just goes from one to the other with no real repercussions. So he's apparently doing fine for himself despite his history, which is very interesting.
I wanted to quote from this Honey Baked Ham article. Larry is an out-of-retirement associate who loves the public and loves to market the Honey Baked product. He's a retired restaurateur, caterer, and a constantly active fundraiser for civic and charitable causes. He has a master's degree in business and hopes to encourage personal esteem and collaborative community support with every person he talks to. This type of energy and enthusiasm translate the Honey Baked of Reston's business character and philosophy to the community. Well, the good news is Honey Baked of Reston, once they were made known that Lawrence E. King was who we believe him to be, they fired him. Then again, I mean, that's obviously Lawrence E. King. I'm, showing his photo, and he did own, he was a restaurateur. Was he not, George? So, I mean, if anybody's got any leads of what he's up to now, I'd love to know. But I just don't see how he can keep getting these jobs. Well, actually, I can, because, again, my background report showed nothing but traffic tickets. And so the embezzlement charge is not on there. And people don't Google anymore, apparently.
Well, yeah. I mean, by and large, unfortunately, justice was not served in this case. You had the two victims who were brave enough to stick by their story were the ones who were indicted for perjury. The Pretty much all the perpetrators were exonerated, and the few that were indicted for anything were indicted for crimes unrelated to the Franklin case. Now, what's interesting, I should note, is that Paul Bonacci, he was indicted for perjury. He was meant to go to trial, but immediately after Alisha Owen just barely got convicted, and like I said, there were people holding out on her conviction at first. So right after she barely got convicted, the the prosecutor dropped all the charges against Paul Bonacci, even though he had told the same sort of overlapping allegations as Alisha. Like, he was telling the same sort of thing. Like, he said the same thing about Robert Wadman that Alisha did, and she was charged and convicted for. And yet Paul Bonacci, supposedly they didn't want to charge him anymore after Alisha Owen got convicted. And it seems very indicative of the idea that they didn't want to risk uh, two trials of these people. They made an example out of Alisha, and they didn't want to risk the possibility that Paul Bonacci might get an acquittal. And that might also be because Paul Bonacci was even more dangerous than Alisha in that he was acquainted with a lot more of the network, the whole network surrounding Franklin, the interstate trafficking of kids. And Paul Bonacci even was able to shed light on some famous cases like the abduction of Johnny Gosch out of West Des Moines, Iowa, which is another key component of Franklin, and another one that, especially in recent years, has been a target for quite a bit of disinformation attacking it.
George, whenever I get a chance, do you want me to share with you the been verified report I got on Lawrence E. King?
Sure.
It's very interesting. I mean, it literally, I'm looking at it right now. It just talks about judgment and liens that he had, like a federal tax lien that was placed on both him and his wife back in 1994. And then another state tax lien, Nebraska, that was put on. And the criminal record literally just says one, failing to obey traffic signal. So yeah, I don't see anything about his crimes on here. And so interesting enough about Lawrence E. King is has anybody ever outside of that phone call that they made to Sterling of BMW, has anybody ever tried to contact him? Has anyone ever tried to contact his son? I know that Nick Bryant used to talk to his father before his father figured out what Nick Bryant was doing, the book that he was writing. But has anybody ever reached out and tried to reach out to Lawrence E. King or any of his family members to try to get a comment? I know if you try to talk to Larry, he's not going to probably say anything, but I'm just curious.
No, not that I know of. I mean, it would be kind of a ballsy thing to undertake, but it would be worth it if someone would be willing to. And who knows, maybe I might even do that one day.
You and me both. We can call them both at the same. Call them both on the same phone.
Sure.
All right, so that covers Lawrence E. King. Is there anything else that you want to say regarding the Franklin scandal before we get a little bit into John DeCamp and Ted Gunderson and Nick Bryant, and then start talking about Johnny Gosch? Is there anything else that you want to mention or anything?
No, I think it's been pretty well covered. You know, the thing to take away from Franklin is ultimately that, the idea that it was a hoax really is so fundamentally broken from the beginning because, first of all, the grand jury only tried to explain the hoax as if it started with Alisha and went onwards. But there were victims before Alisha who were never, who were never convincingly included in this hoax. People like Ulysses Washington and Shanetta Moore, other Boys Town victims, in fact, some who Nick Bryan dug up for the very first time and told the same sorts of matching stories. And ultimately, there really is just there's really too much corroboration, too many kids telling independently matching stories of the same kinds of abuse, and in many cases, there really is no way for the information to have traveled, or at least there's no compelling explanation of how the information could have surfaced in all these different places at different times over a number of years, except for the fact that they were all involved in the same thing and were truly telling the same stories. A lot of people attack Franklin by saying it's all just hearsay, it's all just people's allegations, but it's kids' allegations who are matching each other up without knowing each other, and that really is strong evidence. It would at the very least be a starting point for an investigation, and unfortunately when Caradori was killed, it never really got the chance to go beyond that.
Yeah, 100% so. So, let's go ahead and briefly cover John DeCamp, and then we'll get to some concerns that people have with DeCamp. I've had my own concerns with DeCamp. And, you know, even though DeCamp may have been one of a gatekeeper, I guess would be the right way of describing him. It is not the evidence of what DeCamp gave you is mostly is not incorrect. I think most of the evidence that he gave is very spot on within the Franklin cover-up. I do, however, think that it's what he did not tell you. At the stuff that he may have withheld that he knew or that he came across or that is in his documents, naming more names, getting more information out and stuff like that. I think that may have been actually, if he was a gatekeeper, what he was up to. But go ahead, George.
Well, I would totally agree with you. I was going to say something along the similar lines. I feel like the thing about the Franklin case is that with people like John DeCamp and to an extent Nick Bryant, they've certainly developed a lot of good information about what happened in this case, and we definitely owe them for the work they've done. But we've sort of hit a wall in terms of there's this amount that we know about the case, but it never really goes further. Like, we have the basic narrative and the basic information about these victims and their stories, but they never really tried to take it further. There was very little attempt to make the more nationwide connections and try to link the case up with others that were going on around the country, because this really was a national network, and there were indications of it. With the people like Alisha Owen, Troy Bonner, and Danny King would say that they were being flown by Larry King for drug transactions, for example, in places like California, or they would be taken to places like Kansas City for sexual encounters with other prominent men in the area. So there was clearly a nationwide network, and the idea that Franklin was just a one-off thing in Omaha is certainly not true. There were all sorts of other Franklin's type situations that were likely going on all over the place, but the evidence really never developed beyond that, and that's really unfortunate. It means that the Franklin case is seen as a sort of isolated thing rather than a gateway into a much larger world. And someone like people like Paul Benassi also gave a couple of clues by talking about things like Johnny Gosch and these other major abductions that are linked to it. But I think that what you're saying is true. That there's a lot about the case that really could be explored, and probably a lot of information that DeCamp and Nick Bryan have collected, and Gunderson as well, that they have in their files that they knew about, but have never been released and may never be released. And that's kind of the unfortunate scenario we're going to. Like, DeCamp definitely has a lot of access to documents that no one else really has. Like, he had the Gary Caradori documents that
which are gone now. They're gone.
Well, yeah, I talked to Robert Hansel about this, and he said, the FBI came in and basically took them all into their possession. So wherever they went, if they're still around, even,
or all the videotape confessions that both Gunderson and DeCamp had, those are gone too as well now.
Yeah, so that's the unfortunate thing. So much of the original evidence in this case that could actually prove things is kind of gone. And DeCamp would say in his book, everything I write can be documented. I have a document to prove it. But what good is having a document to prove it if
you can't see the source?
Yeah, you're no longer around. No one knows what happened to your documents, and that is problematic. And same thing with Nick Bryan to an extent. Like, I've contacted Nick Bryant before. He's been willing to send over some information, but many times I've asked for documents and haven't really gotten much in the way of anything back. And like sometimes he just won't reply, or he'll say like, I'm not going to give you these documents until like some later occasion. But it never really happened, and that's unfortunate that all these people who are sitting on these treasure troves of information that could potentially develop new leads and
something that you and I could see new avenues that maybe they're on it. It's time to pass this on to a new generation.
Well, yeah, and I know it's been a while, but dedicated people like you, me, anyone else who really wants to investigate this case at least should have the opportunity, because especially with Gary Caradori's file, he really was the real deal, and he was not just his assistant Karen Ormiston at one point said, Caradori was not focused only on these 4 victims who he interviewed. They were part of the story, but they weren't the whole thing. Caradori was following down all sorts of nationwide leads, and he was ultimately trying to follow the money and determine where all these profits for drug trafficking and child pornography and human trafficking were going. So Caradori really was trying to develop this national network and figure out who it was. And he was so all this investigative work has been started to some extent, and because of Caradori's death, it never got the chance to be finished. But the people who essentially took on the investigation after Caradori's death have not only not really tried to finish it themselves, they've never even given others the opportunity to do the same.
Yeah, so, I want to make, mention DeCamp being, knowing Casey in Vietnam, correct?
Colby.
Colby, why did I say Casey? Yeah. Knowing Colby in Vietnam, possibly being involved in Operation Phoenix, the same with Lawrence E. King, right?
Well, I would hardly even say possibly. He was one of the assistants to William Colby during the whole time the Phoenix program was going on. And of course, William Colby is supposedly in there as a diplomat, but the U.S. is not sending diplomats to this nation while we're at war in Southeast Asia.
Who would later, be CIA director.
Yeah, William Colby was basically the station chief in Vietnam, and DeCamp was working under him, and Colby was supervising the Phoenix program, which is this, for people who don't know, this torture, terror, and assassination program against the North Vietnamese who we were fighting in this war. So that sort of activity, this covert operation that Colby supervised and DeCamp was in, certainly raises red flags. And I know this is beyond the scope of what we're doing, but especially when you see the parallels between the Phoenix program and some of the anomalous serial killer cases that happen domestically here in the U.S. that are also linked to these very same pedophile networks. So, yeah, DeCamp his connections there definitely raised some red flags.
Him being at the 1984 South Fork party as well, and not really understanding or seeing what was going on at the time. I mean, I'm not saying that he may not have, witnessed actual child abuse, but to not think that things are a little weird back then, that's just a little bit too much for me. I mean, if you look at pictures, what limited pictures we have of the South Fork Ranch party, and what we know that went on there and everything like that, it should have raised some eyebrows for him, for sure.
Yeah. And, I mean, and like you were pointing out, too, at the same time that DeCamp is in Vietnam working under Colby, Larry King is, around that time, Larry King's in Thailand and signals intelligence. Craig Spence is in Vietnam as basically most likely a CIA person under the cover of being a news anchor. So, yeah, the whole way the timeline lines up, too, is very interesting. And also Michael Aquino is in Vietnam, too, doing psychological warfare while Phoenix is going on. So you have all these people who are in the area at the same time.
Of course, we have to mention that Colby, the mysterious circumstances later with his quote-unquote accidental death with the canoe is very interesting. And I'm not by all means saying that Colby was our guy. I don't think William Colby was at all. But it's just interesting about his death. And how it seems to be foul play that occurred during that. It's just very interesting. I just wanted to bring it up. But George, you had mentioned one Craig B. Spence. Should we briefly go over him real quick and then move on to the Johnny Gosch case?
Sure. Well, yeah, and I think just to correct, Craig J. Spence, I believe. Craig.
Oh yeah, J. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say B. Yeah, Craig J. Spence.
But yeah, Craig Spence was in many ways similar to Larry King, and as a sort of a power broker. He was a lobbyist for a Republican lobbyist in Washington D.C. who certainly had a lot of impressive connections, and he'd been involved in various foreign lobbying and got involved in working for this Japanese politician, and he sort of ended up scamming, basically blackmailing them into a bunch of money which he used to finance the purchase of a really nice house in DC's upscale Kalorama neighborhood. And this house, by the way, was not that far from Larry King's townhouse in DC. Also, not very far from the Finder's Warehouse
I
that
was about
you.
to say that. Darn it, you stole my own connection.
Sorry about that, John. But yeah,
And also not too far from Comet Pizza Ping Pong as well. So.
yeah. Um, the thing is, like, Craig Spence had all these impressive connections. He would throw these big parties at his house and invite all sorts of people. Like, you had big names like Alfred Gray of who was, I believe, commandant of the Marine Corps or something like that. Ted Koppel, a columnist. Basically, all these major names from media, from politics, from military, who would be showing up at his house for these parties. At one point, he even threw a birthday party for the notorious Roy Cohn, uh, this mob connected.
So one of the dames of the CNP, Phyllis Schlafly, was also known to go to Spence's parties as well.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Craig Spence, he basically certainly drew a big crowd of people, and these parties, according to the accounts of people who were there, these parties sort of got very wild in a way. Like they started out as legitimate parties, but ultimately something would happen, like somebody would end up doing something inappropriate, like sexually, and then they would start bringing out drugs, cocaine, and they would be able to essentially order prostitutes and basically bring in whatever these people wanted to be catered for their desires to be catered to. So there was basically this sort of sordid party after the party scenario that constantly happened at Craig Spence's house when he threw these parties. And at these parties, there would be drugs, there would be prostitutes, and there would even be children being brought in. And
some places protected by security.
Well, yeah, Craig Spence had, according to the account of one person, Henry Vinson, he was a DC mail escort service operator who knew Craig Spence, had been giving escorts, basically been sending over escorts to Craig Spence for quite a while. Craig Spence was running up a big tab on his company for months, like $20,000 a month, I believe. And
he worked as a funeral home operator, and he also had his own escort company as well that he had started too.
Well, yeah, Henry Vinson, yeah, he was providing these escorts to Craig Spence. Craig Spence was essentially hiring them from Henry Vinson's company, and Henry Vinson came to know Craig Spence and knew that he hired these these muscly, beefy bodyguards for protection, and they would constantly surround Craig Spence like an entourage. And Vinson was one of Nick Bryant's major sources. But yeah, Craig Spence was throwing these wild parties, inviting all sorts of prominent individuals, and there would be these very weak activities going on at these parties. And according to many sources, Craig Spence also had hidden cameras in his home. Like every room of the house was bugged. And at one point, like one guest even found the videotaping equipment, but there was an unconvincing explanation that the Washington Post, I believe, tried to pass off as saying it was just like a button release or something. Like no explanation of how this guest would confuse audio video equipment with something innocuous like that, and it was just another lame excuse. And it seems very clear that Craig Spence had wired his house to record everything that was going on inside. And all these participants who are engaging in these sordid activities like drugs and sex would be blackmailed. So that was sort of the arrangement that was going on. And according to Paul Rodriguez, who investigated Craig Spence and came across the name Larry King as a result, like I said, he got in contact with Gary Caradori because he was investigating what happened in Washington, D.C., and he investigated Craig Spence.
The call boy scandal that's in the CNP Washington Times.
Yeah, which is interesting, that they would be the ones to sort of expose this stuff, but that is ultimately what ended up happening.
Yeah, and I've gone back and forth, but I do think Paul Rodriguez was an honest journalist, in my opinion, and they tried to smear him later on, and and give him, eventually take him off the newspaper and putting on some basic magazine that the Washington Times and Moonies had ran, and then pretty much he went into obscurity by covering all these things.
Yeah, I believe Paul Rodriguez was definitely an honest guy, and he came across the name Larry King by looking into the whole Craig Spence scandal, and he developed ultimately, people like Henry Vincent would say that, yeah, Larry King and Craig Spence knew each other. At one point, Henry Vincent visited Spence's house and saw Larry King with him. And he said that Larry King would disclose about how he was flying in children, and that he would even literally name drop Boys Town as a place where he would get these kids from. And Larry King would apparently say even more bizarre stuff about how some of his clients enjoyed torturing and killing these children. So Larry King was making all sorts of disclosures about what happened, and he was very clearly associated with Craig Spence. There are many witnesses who Nick Bryant gathered who can attest to that, and interestingly enough, many of these witnesses also corroborated the fact that Larry King and Craig Spence were actually basically working together on behalf of the CIA to blackmail people. Because, Larry King would fly kids into Washington, D.C. These kids would likely often be used for these parties at Craig Spence's house. And indeed, Paul Bonacci would even validate this, saying that he was flown in, that Craig Spence was the one who arranged these parties, and that he would be taken on midnight tours of the White House, which the Washington Times confirmed that Craig Spence did indeed do this. And some detractors like Vindalf, who we'll probably get into a bit later, have tried to say that Paul Bonacci could not have been on these midnight tours because he was too old at the time. But the Washington Times only confirmed a minimal subset of what was happening. Like, they confirmed a couple instances, but Craig Spence was doing what he did for years. So it's very likely that Paul Bonacci's account of the mentioned Craig Spence was in fact accurate. So you have many witnesses who are bringing up this whole connection to DC and how Larry King and Craig Spence were essentially in this enterprise together.
Yeah, very much so. I know that he mentioned Ted Koppel,
right?
Being at the said parties. So it's just interesting when you look back at everything. The story of Henry Vincent and Craig B. Spence and the connections to Franklin, they do seem to be very sound. Now, one thing
I want to add, just sorry, but at one point it was even weird. Like, Craig Spence was taking this 15-year-old boy with him on one of these tours and said that it was his son, even though the people who we were with, it might have even been Ted Koppel, knew Craig Spence, knew that he didn't have a son, so there was clearly something sketchy going on there. And with Craig Spence was doing with children, even before you add in the whole Larry King connection. So just a bit more corroboration of what Spence was really doing.
The whole story of William J. Casey by one of Spence's employees about him rubbing his bald head in oil and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just when you look at it, it's just one thing shocked that I had never known was that, I should have figured it out. There should have been a lot of CNP people connected into this, and there's a lot of CNP and Council National Policy people involved with Franklin, too. But, Phyllis Schlafly, is conservative. She's supposed to be anti-pornography, America's mom in the 80s, the 70s and 80s, fighting against the Equal Rights Amendment. What was she doing at Spence's parties? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and, people would try to claim, these parties were so boring. They were just these, political events where we discuss, like, trade policy and all that. But how many people actually believe that that's what happened? Why are you going to a party just to essentially continue with what you're doing at your day job anyway? Like, it was a pretty, dumb explanation that doesn't hold much water, but that was the kind of stuff you got from the mainstream corporate press, like the Washington Post and the New York Times. Like, they could not be bothered to actually scrutinize what was going on at this house with Craig Spence. They really didn't care. They would occasionally leave nuggets of truth, like one columnist would say, oh, Craig Spence may have been up to something with his recording equipment, but that doesn't mean there was anything sinister going on. Like, what?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. One last thing I want to mention, too, is interesting enough, the military official who was the main source about the escort service and the Pentagon officer that's talking about military and civilian intelligence or authorities being concerned that nest of homosexuals and child trafficking, whatever was going on at the highest levels of the Reagan administration with the cowboy scandals. That was one Lieutenant General Daniel O. Graham, who was a big Council for National Policy member for many years. So it's very interesting. I almost wonder if he was inserted in the story to give a good enough believable narrative, but without going all the way. You know what I mean?
Well, that's sort of what happened. Like you would see these claims, especially like even earlier in 1982, where it'd be like, oh, there are these homosexual rings operating, and there's a blackmail risk. But they would always say that the blackmail risk came from the KGB and the Soviet Union. Like they would always push that whole John Bircher
And
narrative
that's
of
exactly what Daniel Graham said.
yeah. Well, that was what I'm getting at. That like you can always count on these whole CNP people to slightly get at the truth, but instead of linking it to the CIA where the blame really deserves to be laid, instead linking it to the KGB and the Soviet Union, which was the certified boogeyman of that time.
Russia, Russia, Russia. All right,
Yep.
all right,
Yep.
George. Anything else you got to say about Craig B. Spence?
Uh, Not really. I think just just interesting. Craig Spence was he himself would end up claiming that he worked for the CIA, and he would be one of the other sources that would corroborate that. Certainly not the only one, but for him to say it himself was very interesting. And of course, all these people would say, Craig Spence is just a self-important blowhard. How could you possibly believe what he says? Well, while it's true that he had the tendency to puff up himself a lot. Look at his connections, look at the activities that he was involved in,
Oh
and
yeah, Craig J. Spence definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah, well, he was just like Lawrence E. King. You know, the detractors always like to say these are a bunch of nobodies. Not what you see who was surrounding themselves. They were not a bunch of no ones.
yeah, and of course Henry Vinson, the escort service operator who knew and had this relationship with Craig Spence, he apparently said to federal authorities who were debriefing him on all this, he mentioned the name Larry King and Craig Spence in connection with each other, and he talked about the CIA affiliation, but all these documents have been sealed. Paul Rodriguez has tried time and again to get his hands on them, but keeps getting rebuffed and basically was told it'll be a cold day in hell before these documents are ever released. So clearly there's something about Craig Spence that people don't want to come out. Like the whole client list for the escort service the escort service, all that stuff has been sealed, and the Washington Times reporters were only able to get some minimal copies of this stuff. But the government is really protecting all these records in the same way that they try to cover up the later D.C. Madam case with Deborah Jean Palfrey later. The same sort of all these hidden sexual activities that prominent people do, they face protection for, presumably so that the material can be used as blackmail by the people who are actually operating these rings in the first place.
Yeah, one last thing too that I want to bring up as far as Craig Spence is concerned is he kind of alludes into his book that then Attorney General Richard Thornburg was one who told him to that he had to stop going after them as far as not Spence, Vinson, threatened Vinson, Henry Vinson, that he pretty much needed to be quiet and let it all go, everything before Vinson was brought to trial and convicted, and his lawyer was Scientologist Greta Van Susteren. But however, I later also mentioned in my William Barr episode with Ed Opperman that I believe that William Barr was under Dick Thornburg, so William Barr had to have known about this going on. In my opinion, I can't, there's nothing hard evidence on that, but I would assume so, George.
Well, I do believe that there was a very big concerted effort from the Justice Department to cover this up and basically orchestrated right from the top going on down, because there was a big confluence of events like all happening at the same time. You had a grand jury in Washington D.C. that was basically covering up Craig Spence's connections. Like they were focused in entirely on Henry Vinson and prosecuting him for this escort service. They considered supposedly calling Craig Spence as a witness, but they never actually did for some reason. Kind of paralleling how in Nebraska, Michael Casey, who is supposedly a key figure in this, was never called either. And basically, yeah, you have this grand jury that's essentially covering up what's happening with Craig Spence by pinning it all on the one escort service operator and not who his clients were or who he was working for. You have two grand juries in Nebraska, both a state and a federal grand jury, that are covering up the abuse and indicting the victims and totally exonerating all the perpetrators. All the stuff going on at once it sort of reeks of it being not just a local thing in Nebraska, not just a local thing in D.C., that it's a very top-down, federally orchestrated cover-up, and certainly people like Dick Thornburg, who Henry Vinson placed at Craig Spence's home as someone who would abuse adolescent boys, who Craig Spence was providing boys to him for sex, it certainly is likely that Dick Thornburg and other high-level DOJ officials were part of this, because you just look at the level of national power that gets implicated in this case. It seems very likely that you needed the same amount of force to get this whole thing covered up.
Yeah, Boneless Rocker in the chat just had brought up something where I looked up to be true, is that both Craig J. Spence and Ted Koppel both attended Syracuse University. Interesting enough. So I guess that's about it as far as everything that we have along with Franklin. So let's move on to the tale of Johnny Gosch, which is one of your main investigative cases. And I'll let you take over from here, because even though I know about Johnny Gosch and I'll ask some questions and everything and give some comments, it's definitely, your expertise.
Well, sure, but I mean, you listen to the whole Faded Out podcast, which presents a very, shall I say, interesting view of the case. It is definitely at odds with what I believe the truth shows really happened to Johnny Gosch.
And what I believe too.
Yeah. So essentially, just to give background, Johnny Gosch was a 12-year-old boy in West Des Moines, Iowa. He delivered newspapers for the Des Moines Register for a little over a year, and he had, up until that point, basically always, he had been doing the route. He would wake up early every Sunday morning, go out, deliver his papers. He had a perfect service record for that. Like, he was a very, very conscientious kid. He really took pride in his work, and he was trying to raise money to get a dirt bike, which he ultimately did. So
he seemed to be a good kid, from what I could tell.
well, he was, and there are stories that that Noreen, his mother, has posted on her website about how Johnny was super generous, and he at one point defended a local kid from a bully. So yeah, Gosch was definitely an amazing kid, and certainly, he, of all the kids in the world, he was such a nice kid, and to think what happened to him was even more of a tragedy that way. But yeah, Johnny delivered newspapers for a little over a year for the Des Moines Register, and on September 5th, 1982, he ended up going out on his newspaper route. This time, unlike every other time previously, he went out alone. He did not go with his father, who had normally accompanied him up until that point. And Johnny went out. So Johnny was going out on his route, as he would normally do. He cut through a neighbor's backyard to get onto a street called Ashworth Road, which basically ran east to west. And Johnny started walking. He started walking east on Ashworth Road, and as he did so, basically, this blue car started driving by Johnny as he was walking, and then it essentially backed up and stopped right by him and tried to talk to him for some reason. And Johnny very briefly spoke to them, and then he walked away. And he kept walking away, walking east on Ashworth Road towards the newspaper drop location, which was at the intersection of 2nd Street and Ashworth Road. So Johnny got to the newspaper drop location, where he and a couple other boys there too, and also a man named John Rossi, who was the father of another one of the newspaper boys there, were all gathering their papers and folding them to prepare them for delivery. And then the same blue car did a U-turn in the middle of Ashworth Road and drove back to this newspaper drop location, and then basically was accosting these boys, asking for directions. So, a couple of the people at the paper drop location got a good look at this man who was in the car, and they described him as being, sort of like a middle-aged man in his 40s, kind of a heavy-set Latino-looking guy with dark hair, mustache, baseball cap.
Amelio.
That would be the name that later came up, but until Paul Bonassi's story, all he was really known as was just, the suspect who drove the blue car. And according to some additional witness accounts, which both Noreen Gosch and her then husband at the time would talk about, there was also some sort of item on the seat next to him, the passenger seat. There was like some kind of manila envelope that was very interesting as well. And basically, a couple witnesses saw him, and ultimately, you know, as soon as one of the adults came over, like Johnny asked John Rossi, "Hey, can you help this guy?" The man immediately sort of hightailed it out of there, just started driving away. But before he did that, the man in the car flicked his dome lights 3 times in quick succession, and then he drove off. So Johnny went on his way. He started walking up 42nd Street to get to the location where he would deliver his papers, which was like 1 block over. And the weird thing is that right as Johnny started walking away, and right after the car flicked its dome lights and drove away, another man came out of the bushes on 42nd Street, like came out of the shadows and began following behind Johnny at a distance. And this man was described as very tall, like very tall and thin, and started following Johnny down the street and around the corner. Now, so basically, you know, yeah, Johnny was basically seen, you know, turning the corner onto Marcourt Lane, which was another east-west road intersecting with 42nd Street, which is where his first deliveries were. So Johnny, you know, he was starting his deliveries, but then something weird happened. Like, 2 paper boys who were passing by saw Johnny. These paper boys were named Kevin Bozen and Mark Bozen, spelled Boesen. They saw Johnny like slumped over his wagon for some reason, like almost as if he was sick. And they walked by, and then shortly thereafter, a witness named P.J. Smith, who was on Marcourt Lane watching from a bedroom window, he heard a car door slam, and then he saw the same blue car that had been seen previously driving away, quickly, essentially rolling past the stop sign on Marcourt Lane and turning left onto 42nd Street, which was going north. So, and Johnny's wagon was just sitting there on the other end of the street, totally left behind, abandoned, with the newspaper still inside. So, and by the way, P.J. Smith would later, according to Noreen, P.J. Smith had actually seen the entire abduction of Johnny happen, but he was pressured by the police chief to suppress that account and only say that he had seen the car drive away. But regardless, it seems pretty clear when you put all the evidence together, all the statements together, that there was an abduction that happened. Like, Johnny's approached by a suspicious man in a car. He walks away. Another man immediately starts following him. Then suddenly a car drives away, and Johnny's wagon is sitting on the street, and Johnny's nowhere in sight. And yet, despite all of this, when the police were ultimately called and involved in the case, their first line of inquiry was asking if Johnny had run away before. And that was the thing that they tried to hold to for a while, the idea that there wasn't any sense investigating this, that Johnny was probably just a runaway, and they didn't even want to believe that an abduction had happened at all. So that really set the tone of the case from the beginning, of law enforcement not really being very concerned or very conscientious about what was happening. And so ultimately what had to happen was that Noreen Gosch took the case into her own hands, and she hired private investigators within a couple weeks of Johnny's abduction to actually begin following these leads and doing the job that the police would not do.
Okay, that's pretty much what I believe to be true. But I do have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
It is pretty common knowledge that it's a possibility that the men used chloroform to subdue Johnny. Now, it would take less to knock out a child, weight-wise, than it would an adult. Even though Johnny was not like a 5-year-old kid, you know, he was, I believe he was 12 years old at the time of the abduction, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Well, nearly 13, but yeah.
So, my question is and it's the same question I was put on the Faded Out podcast, was there a possibility that Johnny had seen any of these guys or had known any of them, or is it, or they, when they took him, because they're trained to do so, they just, covered his mouth with the chloroform, overpowered Johnny, and pulled him into the van. So what do you think happened, George, as far as them being able to subdue Johnny? Because it's not like the movies where if you put a rag of chloroform and you put it over someone's face, they don't immediately just, they don't immediately go unconscious, generally.
Yeah. Obviously, this gets into more about the account of Paul Bonacci, because up until Paul Bonacci came forward, and then P.J. Smith apparently came forward later to say that he'd seen the abduction, we didn't really have an account of the abduction itself. We just knew it was pretty obvious that one had happened to Johnny, but the circumstances were not known. Now, the thing is, when you look at some of the witness accounts of right before Johnny disappeared, you had that one thing by Kevin and Mark Boson of Johnny sitting on his wagon for some reason, like slumped over as if he was sick.
Yes.
And that really stood out to me. Like, Johnny there was no sign that he was unhealthy in any way. He was very active. He delivered this route every Sunday morning. So, and he was not the kind to slack off and just stop and, sit there. So the question is, what was Johnny actually doing? Like, why was he slumped over his wagon like that? And although it's hard to say because it's just one witness account that could be interpreted in a bunch of ways, him being seen slumped over is suggestive of the idea that he was already incapacitated in some way beforehand, such as, like P.J. Smith would apparently tell Noreen, being shot with some kind of stun gun.
Now, if he was shot with a stun gun, not all the time, but doesn't most of the time someone elicit some sort of loud reaction, some sort of scream?
Well, yeah, and so I don't know for certain about how that would have unfolded, but it's possible that he was shot with a stun gun and then his mouth was immediately covered as he was being grabbed. Because
no, I could believe that, yes, and they threatened that they're going to kill his dog,
Well, or more like, because Johnny was essentially, after being subdued, was more or less muscled into the car. That's the account that P.J. Smith would give, the account that Paul Bonacci would give. So the exact details of how Johnny might have been subdued and incapacitated are unknown, but I do think that the account by the Bosons does make it clear that that is what happened to Johnny, that he was incapacitated before being loaded into the car. And it's interesting, I should note that the Bosons have later, and we'll probably get into this when talking about the Faded Out podcast, try to change their account of what happened. They would later deny that they had ever talked about Johnny being slumped over his wagon, but it's very clear that they did give that account to police back in the 80s.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't believe the narrative. I do, but I have to bring up these questions because these are the questions that detractors would ask, George. And I do think it's very plausible that they could have hit Johnny with a stun gun. They could have overpowered him. I mean, these are adult men. It's not like, children. These were adult men that overpowered Johnny. You can easily, when trained properly, cover someone's mouth, I would assume, so they could not scream. And also, things are not as audible as people think that they are, and especially when it being a little bit towards, dawn. Some people were out, but not in large amounts. So I people that Faded Out group or Faded Out podcast, they would say it's indicative that Johnny specifically knew the person. I know Sarah had mentioned that a lot, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that he was kidnapped because that was going on at the time. Children were being abducted, and that still goes on today. I mean, even Sarah talks about how child trafficking, she brings it up, and how it's still going on, but yet doesn't think that it's applicable to this case. It's ludicrous to me.
Well, yeah. I mean, like it's been pointed out too, like if these people are, professionals, they know the job, certainly they would have experience and be able and know what they need to do to force a kid into a car. Like, as tough as it sounds, when we're dealing with the human trafficking ring, if we are indeed dealing with that, we're not dealing with a bunch of
It's not going to be
were just
amateur hour.
out for the first time. They coordinate this whole thing, and from the very beginning, what the case looks like is a very organized, coordinated thing. You know, you have one car approach Johnny. As soon as they drive away, another man comes out and starts following him. It seems like the whole thing was choreographed and basically planned out down to the minute. So this whole thing looked like an organized kidnapping from the very beginning. But the police, of course, wouldn't even consider it a kidnapping. And what happened after that for a while was that, you know, the private investigation by Noreen would go on. They would occasionally get some good leads. Like there were definite indications that Johnny was still alive for years,
Being
months.
transferred through child auctions.
Well, yeah, he was alive for months and years after his abduction, and there were clear indications of that. You know, there was a sighting in March of 1983, which is like 6 months after his abduction in Oklahoma, where a woman basically had this boy run up to her and who was about 13 years old and say, you know, help me, I'm John David Gosch. And then immediately he was dragged away by two other men, and she, you know, never really saw him again. So she tried reporting this to the police in Oklahoma, wherever she was, and the police quite ludicrously brushed this off as a family situation, like a domestic scenario that they didn't even care about, which is kind of troubling. Like two men just dragging away a kid who just said help me, is kind of troubling. The police wouldn't care, but in any case, the woman kind of just sat on it.
I mean, that happened during Jeffrey Dahmer. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
how many suspicious things during the Dahmer case should the police have checked up on?
Well, yeah, that is kind of a pattern that has to do with all of these child abduction and child predation cases in general. And I don't really think it's an accident, to be honest. But in any case, yeah, the woman she couldn't do anything because, you know, the police didn't care. But ultimately, she ended up later watching a documentary on missing children, and Johnny Gosch's picture came up in the documentary, and she suddenly was like, "That's the kid I saw. Like, that's the one I encountered who was yelling for help." Like, she did not, and that's what I believe makes her even more credible. You know, she was not some kind of loon out for fame trying to attach herself to a major case. She was she had seen this boy, didn't really she tried to do the right thing but didn't know the significance, and only later, after seeing the photo of Johnny, did she make the connection and realize, I just saw Johnny Gosch. And she reported it again, and finally this made its way to channels such as the FBI and the Gosch's private investigators, who were based out of Chicago at the time. And the FBI, like, published news accounts at the time actually revealed that the FBI believed that this was a sighting of Johnny. So that kind of proved that at least 6 months after Johnny's abduction, he's still alive, and apparently being trafficked elsewhere in the country by these kidnappers. Now, in mid 1985, around summer, this dollar bill came out. Like, this dollar bill was sent to the Gosches, and it had a message written on it that said, "I am alive, Johnny Gosch." And Noreen and her husband at the time, Leonard John Gosch, gave a press conference, and they basically said, you know, we got this dollar bill, and 3 handwriting experts had verified that it was Johnny's handwriting. So, you know, yeah, a credible sighting of Johnny in 1983, dollar bill with his handwriting in 1985. The only really logical conclusion here is that Johnny was alive for multiple years after his kidnapping, and the only scenario that really makes sense in that context is human trafficking. So, well, early into the case, you had signs that Johnny was being trafficked, that was why he was abducted. So, the Gosches, who Noreen and John were pretty sold on this idea for a while that it was a trafficking situation. And finally, in about 1990, Paul Benassi came forward to really put an important puzzle piece into the play and say that he had actually been involved in the abduction and he was part of the kidnapping of Johnny. And he gave an account that matched up with a lot of unpublicized details that Noreen had, and really filled in a lot of key information.
Yeah, so, What about later on, when Noreen Gosch recalls that Johnny Gosch, during I think it was during the civil trial of Paul Bonacci, was it not, versus Lawrence E. King?
Yes.
Can you give us an account of that?
Well, the thing I want to get into before
Okay.
that, of course, is say Paul Bonassi's story, and how he came
Yes.
forward.
Go
Because
ahead. Go ahead.
basically, what happened was, essentially, Paul Bonacci had said, and this is from John DeCamp's book, but Paul Bonacci said in a essentially psychiatrist interview that he had been involved in some kind of incident with a newspaper carrier in Iowa. And John DeCamp realizes that this matched up with a case he had already heard about, which was Johnny Gosch, and he did some research and went to the library, pulled up materials on Johnny Gosch, and started reading about it. And then he was like asking Paul Bonacci for more details on this incident and realized that it all matched up. And so John DeCamp actually called basically called the Gosch home, trying to get in touch with him and saying, I think my client has information on your case. And ultimately, Leonard John Gosch did get back to John DeCamp and basically said, my wife and I don't want to be bothered with this, but fine, I'll check it out. And Leonard John Gosch, he went to the prison, he visited Paul Bonacci, and he met with Bonacci and sort of talked to him. And there are definitely conflicting accounts on what Leonard John Gosch thought of this meeting, but in the very earliest newspaper accounts, which he would later contradict when he was interviewed on the Faded Out podcast, he said nothing but good things about Bonacci, that he found Bonacci sincere, that he believed Bonacci was credible, that he believed Bonacci said things that he had never revealed publicly, that he and Noreen had never said to the public before. So there was basically Paul Bonacci met with Johnny's father, and that sort of sparked the initial interest by the Gosches, and ultimately a private investigator named Roy Stevens from Omaha got brought in, who was basically sort of providing services to children of, to parents of missing kids. And so Roy Stevens began investigating Paul Bonacci's information for quite a while and developing all sorts of leads on this stuff. And ultimately, the story finally broke in July of 1991 about Bonacci. And of course, the police were saying all sorts of things like Bonacci has no credibility. We're not even, the West Des Moines police basically said, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're not going to bother to interview this guy. He was already judged to be non-credible in Nebraska, which is actually not true. But remember, Bonacci was indicted for perjury, but then the charges were all dropped. So they didn't even bother to bring him up on those charges in the first place, and yet he was being considered non-credible when he had never been convicted of anything relating to that. So Bonacci, so basically in these news accounts of the story breaking for the first time, you have Noreen and John saying that they believe Paul Bonacci, and slowly, a lot of details began to come out of why they did, because there were a lot of interesting things that Bonacci knew about that had never been publicized in this case before. And I think, a lot of people really do not grasp how much compelling, real information Paul Bonacci was aware of, but it really is important to know. And so Noreen mentioned in this one news article from when Bonacci's story broke that Bonacci knew about photographs that had been taken of Johnny just prior to the abduction. And this is interesting because now, up until this point, the fact that Johnny was photographed prior to his abduction, about 2 weeks before it, had never been publicized in the press. Like, this information was not known before Noreen said it, but it was something that their private investigators picked up on, that a neighbor had seen this person sitting in a car with California plates taking photos of Johnny as he walked by with his paper bag. And this incident was reported to the police because it seemed very suspicious, but the police basically just said, well, there's nothing illegal about taking pictures, and they totally threw away the evidence. They threw away the license plate number. They didn't really bother to preserve any of this. So, and by the way, Noreen's husband, John, would also tell the same exact story on a documentary called America's MIA Children, lest anyone think that this is just a concoction of Noreen it was actually something that both she and her husband at the time talked about at various times. So, yes, Johnny was photographed just shortly before the abduction, which further demonstrates how organized this whole thing was, and also I guess goes against the idea that it was someone who Johnny already knew in advance, because if it was, why would they be photographing him? Like, it makes sense to do that if it was someone who was a stranger to him, so that they would know which kid to take.
Yes.
Now, getting back to the stuff, Benassi, in his account of the kidnapping, not only knew that the photographs were taken, he even described the photographs accurately in accordance with, the environment where they were taken. Like, his description of the background in the photographs is exactly the same as where the photographs of Johnny were actually seen being taken. So he knew that very important, minuscule detail. So that was a big deal. Another big deal is that Benassi knew the name of someone in Des Moines who had already, he identified the photograph and knew the name of someone in Des Moines who had already been under suspicion by the Gosches for quite a while, a man by the name of Sam Soda. And Sam Soda had been a very weird character, tried to insert himself into the Gosch case. Sam Soda would later claim on the Faded Out podcast when he was interviewed that the Gosches hired him to be their investigator, but that's actually the exact opposite of what happened. And early news accounts reveal that that is the case, that Sam Soda was one of many private investigators offering help and trying to insert himself into the case, that the Gosches were not the ones who hired him. So Sam Soda was quite the character who he got involved in the case, or tried to get involved in the case. He ended up organizing this very weird sort of organization called Scared, Stolen Children Are Reported Every Day, which was campaigning as an anti-child pornography organization, but was actually showing real child pornography at its events to the audiences there.
Which is weird, or later Sam Soda buying it and showing it. When they talk about the Faded Out, Sam Soda's just, I don't know, man. It's weird.
Well, yeah, Sam Soda would say that he got this child pornography from a police officer friend of his in Minnesota, which, honestly, I don't even know if he realized the full extent of what he was admitting to, if that's true. Why would a police officer be giving child pornography they seized from a raid to a private citizen like Sam Soda? It just raises more questions than it actually answers, but that is what Sam Soda maintains on the podcast. And he was showing child pornography, which is totally illegal to do. To even have it is illegal. But for some reason, the first assistant state attorney in Des Moines basically was like, basically was, instead of saying that Sam Soda, instead of trying to prosecute him, was giving Sam Soda a friendly warning about how what he was doing might be illegal. Might be illegal? This is literal child pornography that he's showing to the public, and the state's attorney really couldn't be bothered with any of that. And in Sam Soda's own account on Faded Out, he said, oh yeah, Ron Wheeler, who is this local attorney, local prosecutor, basically said, I should prosecute you, but instead I'm not going to. You have my blessing to keep showing this. So there's a lot of weird treatment from Sam Soda to begin with. And by the way, Ron Wheeler ended up becoming Sam Soda's attorney in private practice later, such as when Sam Soda beat his teenage stepson, and caused noticeable injuries that Sam Soda was arrested for in 1993, just to give a glimpse of what his character actually was. But in any case, Sam Soda was doing all this weird stuff with, child pornography. He had a strange level of access that doesn't make much sense. And then, in about 1985, 1986, these Noreen Gosch and her private investigators and the police received these posters that were trying to insinuate that Sam Soda was involved in the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch, by saying that he, essentially trying to insinuate that he was the man driving the blue car that had abducted Johnny. And I have actually spoken to a source who tells a very interesting story, that a relative of hers was Sam Soda's campaign manager in a city council run in 1985. and Sam Soda was, and basically she says that at one point Sam Soda confessed to her relative that he was in the car when Johnny Gosch was abducted, and that is exactly in accordance with what these posters were trying to imply. So it seems like, and by the way, I verified that this woman is exactly who she says she is. She was in fact related to Sam's city council campaign manager. But yeah, these posters were going up and sort of trying to warn people about Sam Soda's connections, and he became a suspect, according to Noreen in this one 1988 news article. Sam was being investigated by the police. He was being put under surveillance, and ultimately that led to basically that led to a bunch of harassment and threats against the Gosches, which again both Noreen and her husband talked about in America's MIA Children on camera, lest people think that this is just Noreen's account on her own that has no substantiation and no corroboration. But basically, yeah, trying to investigate Sam, which the Gosches ultimately did, led to a lot of trouble in their lives. So they had considered him as a suspect from the very beginning, and then ultimately when Paul Benassi confesses, the Gosches, they show him a photo. They're like, well, we want to see if he's authentic. So they sent in a photograph of Sam Soda. They gave it to their private investigator, Roy Stevens, and he put it in the lineup of a bunch of other photos. And Paul Benassi, out of a lineup of a dozen photos, picked out the one of Sam Soda, said his name was Sam, and also said what Sam's role was, that Sam would be the one to bring the photograph of Johnny to the motel where all the kidnappers were meeting the night before and say, this is the boy we're going to take. So those are some of the key pieces of information that Benassi knew about this photograph that had been taken of Johnny that were never publicized. He knew the suspect that the Gosches had that was never revealed to the public before. And all sorts of things about Benassi's account match up. Like, for example, Paul Benassi had a diary that he was keeping. Basically, had a diary chronicling his whole life experience, and Noreen Gosch even had in her book has a report by basically a forensic examination report of Paul Benassi's diary, saying that all of the entries in it were either inconclusive or they were written prior to Benassi even being in prison. So Benassi had written about Johnny Gosch in his diary before he was even incarcerated in the first place, which sort of just the entire narrative that Paul Benassi was just making up this whole connection to Johnny Gosch to get an early release or try to exonerate himself from his charges, because he was talking about this before he was even arrested and put in prison. So, all the stuff matches up. Benassi was talking about Johnny Gosch all this time. He knew all this information about Johnny that was never publicized but was super important to the case. He talked about a Colorado connection where Johnny was being taken to a ranch house in Colorado, and he actually found the house in Colorado.
I remember that in the documentary.
Yeah, he led an America's Most Wanted film crew to the house, and there were kids' initials carved into the wood in the basement or crawl space underneath the home, which kind of shows it was really a child trafficking house, most likely. Paul Benassi, he talked about, this is one of the other interesting things. At one point, family friends of the Gosches found this sort of message in a Mexican restaurant in Denver that said Johnny Gosch was here. It was graffiti on the bathroom wall written in red lipstick, and Roy Stevens went down to investigate this. He photographed the graffiti, then he photographed the exterior of the restaurant. And then he visited Paul Benassi, and basically, he didn't really say, he showed Benassi the exterior of the photos of the exterior of the restaurant without saying anything else. And Benassi immediately, unprompted, talked about, how he and Johnny and another kid had been to this Mexican restaurant and had painted a graffiti message on the walls in red nail polish. So, he knew what he was talking about, and all these details checked out, and Benassi he knew he didn't even have to be prompted to say this stuff. It was just in his memory, and he was aware of it all. And one of the other interesting things, which has only come out recently due to some Freedom of Information request work that I've done, is that Paul Benassi implicated a man named Charlie in the abduction of Johnny, saying that after Johnny was kidnapped, he was taken to a farmhouse run by a man named Charlie, and this farmhouse near Sioux City, Iowa, run by a man named Charlie, who was part of this trafficking ring. And it just so happens that there is a farmhouse owner in the Sioux City area named Charlie Kerr, Kerr, who was a pedophile, like who had molested his own daughter. I have the police reports to prove that. So Paul Benassi, again, was talking about a real person in connection with Johnny's abduction. He clearly knew what he was talking about. There's very little doubt that he did. You know, his accounts matched up with non-public information, and even more interestingly, because a lot of people try to claim that he got his information from newspaper accounts, Paul Benassi would sometimes say pieces of information that were in accordance with what Noreen Gosch and her husband John maintained about the abduction, but were contradicted by newspaper accounts, which I find very interesting.
How would he get access to so much newspaper in prison and so much information, giving the time period? It isn't like it's, you know, the 2010s. You know, how would it be? You know, the detractors all say, you know, his apparently or allegedly his prison cell was just filled with newspapers on the wall that he would read constantly and be able to remember all this information, and that's how he concocted all these stories that put him to involvement with both the Franklin cover-up and Johnny Gosch.
Well, yeah, that's the sort of thing that the detractors like Vindalf have claimed. You know, Vindalf was claiming it for quite a while before there was any real basis to say so. You know, he was basically just saying, like, I mean, Vindalf has pretty much asserted without evidence that Benassi knew everything about Franklin and Johnny Gosch and the North American Man-Boy Love Association, a pedophile group that Benassi claimed affiliation with, too. That he knew all this from reading the newspapers, but, you know, no proof of this ever surfaced, and we don't even know what the prison library was like, if they even had these massive newspaper archives on file. This is pretty much just speculation.
Well, Vindalf claims that Mike Eccles, the guy who infiltrated NAMBLA, was the source of Paul Benassi's detailed knowledge on NAMBLA.
Yeah, I've seen that tweet as well. I mean, Vindalf, he blocked me for some reason, even though we never interacted on Twitter, but I did see that tweet and many others that Vindalf had, and claiming that Mike Eccles was the source of Paul Benassi's information.
If not him, at least his book.
Well, yeah, but again, you know, we're talking about someone who's in prison in like 1990 and 1991, supposedly coming up with all of this information, and there's, again, no evidence presented to even show that Benassi had access to the stuff that he's claimed to have. Like, he likes to cite, he cites newspaper accounts that supposedly Benassi stole from, like saying that Benassi inserted himself into the role of another kid who was affiliated with NAMBLA, but again, there's no proof that Benassi even had access to this newspaper account while in prison. It's basically just a ton of made-up claims. Now, on Faded Out, Leonard John Gosch would say that he talked to a prison guard and Benassi's cell was full of newspapers on the Johnny Gosch case, and so Leonard Gosch would basically say, you know, I knew from the start that Benassi was lying, that Benassi was just fabricating and inserting himself into the case. In addition to Leonard Gosch also claiming that when he spoke to Benassi that he got Johnny's height wrong, which is also contradicted by Benassi's diary entry where he talks about Johnny's height and pretty much gets it right. So Leonard John Gosch has made a lot of claims on the Faded Out podcast that are 100% at odds with his past statements.
And also I want to make mention that I know My First Name is Steven was published in 1991 by Mike Eccles, and Johnny Gosch gave testimony to John DeCamp that he was involved in 1989, so that doesn't make any sense. The timeline's wrong there.
Well, yeah, the whole NAMBLA connection and that Paul Benassi's talking about, that stuff is coming out in like late 1990, okay, maybe early 1991 period when it's coming out. So yeah, it doesn't really match with Mike Eccles' work. And even if that's the case, you know, you think that these prison libraries are getting the hottest, newest titles immediately.
Which they're not, by the way.
Well, yeah, so again, that really doesn't make much sense no matter how you look at it. But Leonard Gosch's account in particular has no substantiation and is actually explicitly contradicted by everything he said. You can go back and find all sorts of newspaper accounts of him saying things like, he said, one point he said about Benassi, he seems sincere. That's his exact quote. Another exact quote is, Paul told my wife and I things that we've never told anybody, clearly indicating that he believed Benassi knew a ton of unpublished information about the case, and that made him credible. He was on Inside Edition and talked about how it was such a big cover-up that the police refused to interview Paul Benassi. So, and he also pushed back against the allegations that Benassi was a pathological liar. So, Leonard Gosch clearly at the time expressed belief and confidence in Paul Benassi, and on Faded Out, when he was interviewed, totally, essentially revived history, went back and tried to claim that he believed Benassi was a fraudster from the beginning. But there's really nothing to support that, and Leonard Gosch's own words pretty much betray him. He, just by opening his mouth and Faded Out, he kind of dug his hole even deeper. But yeah, Benassi, he clearly knew all this information, so much information about, the photographs that were taken, about Sam Soda, identifying Johnny in the Mexican restaurant, finding the house in Colorado, knowing certain physical attributes and behavioral attributes of Johnny, having letters from other members of the sex ring talking about people like Johnny or JG being part of it, knowing about Charlie Kerr as a real person, just so much corroboration of the fact that Benassi really was involved. And Benassi's whole scenario of the kidnapping is basically that the Latino man who kidnapped Johnny, who was driving the blue car, was named Amelio. The tall man who was following Johnny down the street was named Tony. And basically, yeah, Amelia and Paul Benassi was in the back seat, basically used as the lure for Johnny. So, Emilio according to Benassi, Emilio drove up and asked for Johnny for directions and then drove off. And they went around the block, basically went around the block from Ashworth Road to Marquardt Lane to pull up exactly where Johnny would be with his wagon. And then something happened outside the car, and then ultimately Paul Benassi helped force Johnny into the car, and then they all drove off. And they drove off and they transferred Johnny's body into a van that was parked a couple blocks away, and then they drove off again, and they drove off and kept driving until they reached the western part of Iowa where, Charlie Kerr's farm was, where they could take Johnny to. And also another one of the cars that was involved was a station wagon being driven by Sam Soda, which, according to Noreen, the station wagon, she actually looked up Sam Soda's records at the DMV, and it was found that Sam Soda did, in fact, own a car of exactly that same type. So another sort of confirmation of Benassi telling the truth, that he knew that he named the right car in advance that Sam Soda, in fact, really turned out to have owned. So basically, yeah, there's just so much evidence that Paul Benassi really was involved in this case,
And involved
and even
in
some
Franklin
stuff
as well.
Well, yeah, his involvement in Franklin is already hard to dispute because of the fact, like I said before, much earlier on the show, about how he knew Alisha Owen, Jeff Hubble, Rusty Nelson, knew about one of Peter Citron's victims. He was clearly involved in Franklin, and the same sort of pattern of him knowing all this information on Johnny Gosch in the case here makes it clear that he was involved with that too. A lot of people all the claims that Benassi just gathered this information from newspaper accounts, or he was fed the information by people like John DeCamp, really does not hold water. It doesn't make sense. There's really no backing to claim this sort of thing.
No,
and
not at all, George. And I used to, I more and more I've looked into the Johnny Gosch case. I've come to the conclusion that Noreen Gosch is, she just wants Johnny home, and the detractors will all say, well, she's all led by Ted Gunderson and other private investigators just to say certain things or put out certain information, that she's just led, but there was some sort of history with Ted Gunderson, once in the FBI, always in the FBI. But that being said, though, Noreen, she's always been consistent. unlike John Gosch Sr. And I do believe that, there were some dubious actors. I'd actually argue that NCMEC likely took more advantage of Noreen than Ted Gunderson did, and I guess that could be debated. But I do find Noreen Gosch and everything that she's told to be credible, and for her to be a very honorable woman.
Well, yeah, and that is the view that I've held of Noreen from the very beginning, looking into these child trafficking cases. From the first interview that I heard of her, and I came across her by looking into the Franklin case. She spoke about this case in a very sincere and natural way, like not as if she was just telling some sort of fake made up story, and certainly didn't come across as anything other than totally sane, very knowledgeable, very intelligent. She knew what she was doing, and she's not the kind of person to be misled and fall for fake claims and hoaxes. There were actually some hoaxes in the past that were attempted on the Gosch family, but she saw through them. There were people like Robert Herman Meyer who were trying to say that they had Johnny, and if he got paid by the Gosches, he would give information. And obviously they entertained these leads. They wouldn't just disregard them, because you can't do that when you're looking for your son. But it's not like she just fell hook, line, and sinker. Herman Meyer got arrested for what he was doing, and she didn't like try to say, well, yeah, she didn't try to believe him after he turned out to be a fraud. But people like Paul Bonacci are much different from all these other leads that came up before, the leads that were investigated but ultimately disregarded. Noreen...
Or her later disclosing Johnny coming to her later, Circle back to that.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the most controversial things that Noreen's ever said, but it really doesn't make sense to me that Noreen would lie about this. And, a lot of people have said things like, well, if that was my child, I would not have let them leave the house. But, really think about that for a second. You're saying that you're going to physically fight your own child.
Well, Johnny's not a child anymore at that point.
Yeah, first of all, yeah, they're an adult man at this point, so likelihood that trying to fight them anyway is not going to turn out well. But you're really saying that as a parent, you would be so self-involved that you would go against your child's interests and you would try to fight and hurt them just so they could stay with you when they...
say that, Noreen, Johnny visited her in her apartment and not their old house. But I hate to tell people, I'm pretty sure someone could crack open a phone book and find out where someone lives.
Well, yeah.
It's laughable when I hear that.
Yeah, but I don't know if you saw, but it's actually none other than Leonard John Gosch who was the one to say that. He said,
true.
well...
That's true. Yeah, on the Faded Out podcast.
But that actually is kind of unintentionally revealing on his part, because, he says, well... if Johnny visited Noreen at the new address, why wouldn't he visit me? Because I'm still living at the same place where he grew up. And that is a valid point if you assume that Johnny wanted to see his father. But if Johnny didn't want to see his father, then, he obviously wouldn't go to that house. And
there are some issues with some people, and I will, I will say this. Even though Sarah's now trying to say, if anybody says that, doubts that John Gosch Sr. is an honorable man and he has nothing to do with the disappearance of Johnny Gosch, you're a horrible human being. Sarah, I do. So does Noreen Gosch, so, yeah, and George, you as well. It is what it is, There are some interesting things about John Gosch Sr. and how, she changes his story, and, the things that Noreen said in her book, that do seem quite... even look, there's a picture that I have of all the people, neighbors, friends, and family members of the Gosches, and Noreen and John Gosch holding a picture that says, "Help find Johnny Gosch, missing paper carrier," and everybody's looking into the camera. It really, mostly everyone, except for John Gosch. He's not looking directly in the camera. He is looking away from the camera. And it's just... I'm not going to say that he didn't love Johnny. I'm just going to say that there is a possibility, tragically, allegedly, that he may have been involved with the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch. Maybe, you know, something that he didn't want to happen, but, you know, maybe because of something that was beyond his control. Maybe he owed somebody debt. Maybe, you know, whatever, he was involved in it.
Well, yeah, there's a lot that I can say about Leonard John Gosch, and I'll stick to the facts here because, you know, I don't want to make accusations that I can't support. But first of all, you know, he has contradicted himself on all sorts of things in the case that he really has never been held to account for. And it actually gets kind of ludicrous at a certain point to see how he goes on the Faded Out podcast and he says a bunch of stuff that is totally at odds with his prior
Now,
statements.
George, narratives change. He had a lot of time to think about it and a lot of time to put stuff together. Instead of stuff being more accurate back around the time it happened, now he's telling the truth and getting the most accurate story now in this modern day era after many, many years have passed.
Oh yeah, of course. I forgot that a major principle of witness accounts is that the further they are from the initial time they're made, the more accurate they are.
I mean, that's a lot what the Faded Out podcast was about, their investigation with Johnny Gosch.
Well, pretty much they're pretty much the mantra of them is, well, any witness account that was documented before is wrong, and we speak to these witnesses now,
the
and
police reports were wrong, and that's all wrong. It's only these new eyewitness accounts. You know, even though we're so far away, I mean, it's been at 40-something odd years at this point, you know, so people's recollection sure has gotten better since then, George.
Yeah, you know, they've spoken to, Faded Out has talked to a bunch of people, and in many cases, you know, they've spoken to Leonard John Gosch, Sam Soda, they've gotten statements from people like Kevin and Mark Bozen who constantly say things that do not match up with their prior statements and prior documented facts, but there is basically no attention given to any of these contradictions. Their statements,
no hard-hitting questions, leading questions. I mean,
yeah.
I'll say it. You don't have to say it. I was unimpressed.
Yeah, that is fair, and their statements that are just essentially statements that are made on the podcast are taken largely at face value. There's no effort to see whether it matches up with what they've said previously. And in case after case, it doesn't. You know, Leonard John Gosch, aside from the stuff I already talked about how he was clearly in support of Paul Benassi, and if anyone doubts this, they can go to my website, cavdef.org, spelled CAVDEF, go to the wiki, go to the page on Johnny Gosch, and read the section about Leonard Gosch, and you'll see all the contradictions that he has, all the evidence, and I have sources for everything, very well footnoted, and you can look for yourself about how blatant these contradictions are. You know, another one of the weird things is that so Noreen has maintained from the very beginning, she said this in a 1988 account in People magazine before she and John were divorced, that Johnny would always be accompanied by his father every morning that he went out to do his paper route every Sunday morning. And Leonard John Gosch himself said this in the documentary Who Took Johnny. He said, I was with Johnny like every Sunday morning except that particular Sunday I wasn't there. So he is pretty clearly saying that, you know, yeah, I was with Johnny every day except the one he was kidnapped. He admits to that.
Now, George, what did he say on the Faded Out podcast?
Well, what he said on Faded Out was, I was with Johnny like 95% of the time, but there were a couple days when I wasn't with him.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's totally innocuous. But it's very interesting because if you take his account, what he said in the documentary, and what Noreen has maintained consistently, you know, what is the chance that on the one day Johnny goes on the paper route alone, he gets abducted? Like, it seems very difficult and unlikely to be coincidental, but that's the way it's shaped up in this case. And the fact that Leonard Gosch has been changing his story to try and take off that suspicion in a very self-serving fashion is quite interesting.
What about Yellow Bag? You got anything on him?
Well, before Yellow Bag, I just want to go over a bit more about Leonard Gosch.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought, yeah, go ahead.
I haven't, yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot to cover, but I haven't even finished with all the contradictions he has. You know, I talked earlier about the signs that Johnny was alive back in, back in 83 and 85, the sighting, the dollar bill. There were also some phone calls that were made to the Gosch home that Noreen maintained were from Johnny in 1984. And when Sarah asked Leonard John Gosch about this, he said that he never believed any of these proofs of life. He thought they were all fake. But there's
So
again,
why, during all the documentaries and accounts that he'd give, why didn't he ever mention that?
Well, that's very interesting.
Was
in
it
fact,
because the private investigators told him if he mentioned that, he might not see his son back alive, or some ludicrous statement like that?
Well, no, he hasn't even tried to explain. I mean, it would be one thing if he acknowledged his past statements and said like he changed his mind. That would probably I would still be skeptical. That would at least indicate that he wasn't totally trying to treat the audience like idiots. But he does not even acknowledge his past statements. And there is videotape of him in 1984 in a documentary called "Kidnapped by a Stranger," where he basically is asked by the interviewer, like, what evidence do you have that Johnny is alive? And Leonard John Gosch willingly, with no prompting from anyone like Noreen, he immediately brings up the phone calls that Noreen received in 84 and also the Oklahoma sighting in 83. So he is the one bringing up that as evidence that Johnny's alive. So clearly, at the time, he did believe that these proofs of life of Johnny were authentic. And for him to claim that he never believed it is yet another piece of revisionist history. And it just gets, the thing is, as Faded Out released more updates and such, like, updates about, like, basically, like, follow-up interviews with Leonard John Gosch, it just got into more and more ludicrous territory to the point of, like, okay, if you may have believed him in his first interview, but now it's kind of getting into the territory of how can you possibly believe it? Like, he tried to claim that the sketch of the kidnapper, the Latino kidnapper who came to be called Amelio, he tried to claim that sketch was not done by the Gosch family, it was done by the police.
I remember that.
Yeah, and you made reference to it earlier about how he and Noreen were were literally holding sketches of the man that they had produced, that they were unveiling publicly for the first time. And
yes,
you can see the photo of him doing it. You can get quotes of him in the newspaper criticizing the sketch made by police and calling it very inaccurate. Those were the exact words that he used. So, he again makes a pretty ludicrous claim that it was not the Gosches who made the sketch, that it was the police. So, you see all of this stuff here that, all the blatantly, self-serving claims that he made, total attempts to revise history, not even acknowledging his past statements that say the opposite of what he maintains now, and also the fact that he never said anything about Sam Soda being a suspect of the Gosches, even though he and Noreen co-wrote a letter in 1991 that called him a suspect. So, and that was shortly after Banoffee came forward. So, it's just kind of ridiculous to look at all the stuff that Leonard John Gosch has said about the case and how he's trying to discredit Noreen and discredit Paul Banoffee, but there's literally nothing about him that makes him a credible witness. Pretty much exactly the opposite. Trying to validate statements shows that he should not be given really any credibility whatsoever. And yes, I don't want to get too far into it because a lot of this can't be verified, but there are many people who have implicated Leonard John Gosch in being a participant in Franklin and similar rings. Like, I've spoken to a Los Angeles pedophile ring victim who says that he saw Leonard John Gosch at one of these pedophile hangouts where adults would go to pick up kids for sex. So there are some very troubling connections of Johnny's father that might explain a lot of this. But it's hard to prove this stuff. It's just something that needs to be kept in mind.
Yeah, very much so, George. I agree with you, and none of us are saying we're just saying allegedly. It seems like that John Gosch Sr. may have been involved. I mean, Noreen even talks about a possibility in her own book. And again, the Fade Out podcast, when I listened to it, I was just shaking my head the whole entire time. I was like, none of this makes any sense. You have Yellow Bag. I guess we could talk about him next. And then
Sure.
I'm going to play a clip from when Sarah interviewed Chris Burge, and how just his interview was just completely contradictory and completely ludicrous, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And nothing could be verified by Chris, and we'll discuss that. And then making Sam Soda out to be a hero and not questioning him on anything is just ludicrous to me.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you feel the same way. You know, I want to say I started out when I listened to Fade It Out. It initially seemed to believe Noreen's account and believe Paul Benossi's account, but then suddenly took a major sharp turn around the time of talking to Yellow Bag and talking to Chris Bird.
Even
and
before
suddenly,
that, the stuff she was talking about Aquino.
well, that's true, and like even back then, it seemed to be like hinting that maybe Noreen was misled by Ted Gunderson, which is again a pretty ludicrous claim.
And we are no Gunderson apologists here. We have our own issues with Teddy Boy.
Yeah,
But nonetheless, Noreen is a smart woman. She can make up her own mind.
Right, it has nothing to do with Ted Gunderson. It's about Noreen herself and the idea that has no agency of her own, that she's just being led around by a bunch of people and she can't possibly scrutinize the evidence is pretty much just an insulting claim that's pulled out of nowhere by people who want to keep denying these pedophile rings are real and a serious problem. But yeah, the thing about all these analyses we have to make, there are a certain subset of facts that we know and then a certain set of conclusions that seem likely but we can't prove definitively. With Leonard John Gosch, we know for a fact that he's lied about many, many things in this case. There's no doubt about it. The ironic thing is that if he had never appeared on Faded Out and just kept his mouth shut, we wouldn't have nearly the volume of evidence against him that we do now. But for whatever reason, he felt compelled to appear on the podcast and say a bunch of things that are blatantly false and contradictory and just make himself look even worse than he ever did before. And so we know for a fact that he is a liar on this case, not a credible witness. And again, anyone who doubts what I say can go to cavdef.org and check out the wiki page on Johnny Gosch for themselves. And if people take issue with this, you can email me, contact me with the information on CAVDEF and try to challenge it. But I think the case holds up very well that Leonard John Gosch has behaved very strangely in this case. And so the obvious question is why, And investigation is continuing in that realm, but to totally hold him up as a paragon of virtue, to say that having any suspicions over him is a terrible thing to do, that you will not tolerate it, that you won't even go down that route ever, is totally closing yourself off a very closed-minded approach, and shows that it's not the approach of someone who is trying to find answers. It's the approach of someone who believes that they already know what happened in this case and is trying to lead it in a certain direction. And on Faded Out Season 1, indeed, leading statements are a common thread in going down a particular path, but which I guess we can get into when we discuss people like Chris Burge and Yellow Bag.
So who do you want to start? I guess we'll start with Yellow Bag first because he was brought on first, and then we'll get to Chris Burge.
Sure. And yeah, I guess it's up to you, John, if you want me to say Yellow Bag's actual identity, which I have discovered. If you don't want to have that on the air, that's fine, but I have no qualms about doing it, and for the interest of truth, maybe it is worth saying.
As long as you came about it from a public manner, I don't see any issue with that.
Okay, well, I'll tell a story, and then maybe by the end I'll get into exactly who he is. But basically, so there's a website called Iowa Cold Cases, which is, the name is pretty explicit. It posts about all sorts of unsolved cases that happen in Iowa, and it has information, and then there's a comment section down below. And of course, there's a page on Johnny Gosch that gets a lot of attention. And in 2016, by the way, it's very interesting to note that this was in September of 2016, like right on the anniversary of Johnny's kidnapping, this person named Yellowbag began posting a story that he was a paper boy in Des Moines who was about 15 years old, and basically said that, you know, he he delivered papers, and first of all, or sometime in like February or March of 1982, which is several months before Johnny was kidnapped, he was walking, and he was approached by some man driving a Ford Fairmont car, and this man, who was like sort of a medium build, dark hair, etc., was sort of like was asking for directions and was trying to lure Yellowbag into his car. And eventually, sort of admitted that the real purpose was not to ask for directions, that he wanted to, quote, mess around with Yellowbag, which of course meant to, have sex, to, molest him. And so Yellowbag, according to his account, ran away, but he never was able to get this guy's license number because there was too much snowfall. And much much later, uh, much later, basically Yellowbag, he kept delivering papers for a while, living, I believe, on the west side of Des Moines. But then he ended up family ended up moving to the east side of Des Moines, and around that time he ended up falling in with a man there who was doing supervisory role at the Des Moines Register named Wilbur Millhouse. And Wilbur Millhouse was a man who would later, in 1986, be convicted on several counts of child molestation. So Wilbur Millhouse was a pedophile who was a circulation manager at the Des Moines Register, and Yellowbag basically said, he got in touch with Wilbur Millhouse. Wilbur Millhouse was sort of like trying to befriend him and essentially groom him. Like, would try to like approach him at social hangouts, try to get him to go over to his house, uh, and do unspecified activities. Like Millhouse would allegedly say things like, "I have wealthy friends who will pay you $100 just to drop your pants." But according to Yellowbag, he was warned away from Millhouse by other kids who were older and more knowledgeable, and they said, Millhouse is of course, in the crude terminology of the 1980s, they would say things like Wilbur Millhouse is a queer, stay away from him. And so according to Yellowback, he never really got too close to Millhouse, but he did, he did talk to Millhouse quite a lot. He learned stuff from Millhouse, and allegedly Millhouse said something very disturbing multiple times, and not just in the presence of Yellowbag, but also in the presence of Yellowbag's mother. He would say something like, Johnny would not have been taken if he had just kept his mouth shut. Like, because, the conversation came up about Johnny and the fact that Millhouse had apparently known of Johnny when Millhouse was in West Des Moines previously, and Millhouse had apparently been very mad at how he was forced to transfer from West Des Moines to Des Moines for some unspecified reason, and he would constantly say that thing about Johnny, about how Johnny had not kept his mouth shut, to a bunch of people, including Yellowbag. And Yellowbag said that he was very disturbed by that. His mother remembered it and was also very disturbed by it. And the other weird thing on top of that is that ultimately he ended up seeing that same man who accosted him back in February or March of 1982 in the Ford Fairmont. He saw that guy at a Des Moines Register event with Wilbur Millhouse. So, according to Yellowbag's story, Wilbur Millhouse and this unknown pedophile were essentially acquainted with each other. And, Yellowbag didn't, although Yellowbag obviously didn't have firsthand knowledge about Johnny's kidnapping, he certainly was inclined to believe that Millhouse and this other guy who tried to molest him had something to do with it. And he gave a statement to Sarah, and Sarah basically ran with that whole theory that Wilbur Millhouse was sort of orchestrating this kidnapping, and it was Millhouse and an accomplice at the register, this man in the Ford Fairmont who might have known Johnny and sort of coerced him into this car and then murdered him for failing to keep his mouth shut about some kind of sexual advance or molestation. That's basically the theory that Faded Out ended up going with because of Yellowbag's story.
You're right about that, George. 100%. That's exactly what I heard in both instances of the podcast. Um, and so with Yellowbag, there does seem to be some validity to his story and some of the validity to the news stories that were on the Fade Out podcast, that there was something going on at the Des Moines Register, right? At least we could probably, that there possibility was some curious things that were going on, just like the Omaha World Herald.
Well, yes, and that is an interesting parallel to draw, and one that I've personally drawn a couple times. Omaha was one regional hub of the Franklin network, but it certainly wasn't the only one, and especially in the Midwest, the network was very active, and it's quite likely that Des Moines was yet another hub. And there have been a lot of claims along these lines. That the police chief in Omaha, Orville Cooney, who tried to treat Johnny's case as a runaway and allegedly intimidated P.J. Smith as a witness, that he was a pedophile and he was acquainted with none other than Robert Wadman, and he would apparently go to the pedophile parties in Omaha. So yeah, this claim about the police chief Orville Cooney, and by the way, there's a weird story in 1987. Orville Cooney apparently tried to steal some stealing hooks and also some blank videotapes from a Target store. He shoplifted them for some reason when this easily could have been paid for. So, it's kind of disturbing to even think about and let your imagination wander, but I'll just say, why was he trying to shoplift these items from a Target store? But anyway, yeah, Orville Cooney was implicated in these activities, and there were, according to Noreen, several other police officers were also implicated in similar activities. That Sam Soda would basically host these. That Sam Soda was acquainted with a place called Barry's Lounge that would host these movie nights, and Sam Soda would be bringing child pornography in a brown paper bag to screen, and police officers were
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, they would be constant participants in this movie night and be viewing this stuff. So basically, yeah, there was quite likely that there was this whole underlying pedophilia subculture in Des Moines that was very much linked to the Franklin scandal. And Sam Soda's scared conferences are, of course, another possible facet of that, of how he might have advertised his connections. But yeah, the possibility that there was a parallel with the Des Moines Register being just as dirty as the Omaha World Herald was not lost on me, and that is a good possibility, and you're right. There were clearly many pedophiles at the Register who may have been networked with each other. We know that Wilbur Millhouse was a pedophile who worked at the Register, the circulation manager, and of course, when the Des Moines Register published these stories, they weren't exactly eager to say that he had formerly worked for them. Like, the published accounts about Millhouse in '86 do not reference the fact that he was a former employee of theirs. And apparently he had actually been fired. I believe he had been fired from them before over some other, molestation charges, but then he came back to them for some reason. So that's interesting as well. But
well, Dick Scunn in the chat mentioned that Noreen mentioned Wilbur Millhouse in an early 1980s interview.
Yes, and I mean, keep in mind, in the '80s, again, we didn't have tons of leads. She didn't have tons of leads back then. Just a general sense that it was a pedophile or child trafficking scenario. And of course, she would mention Millhouse. And yes, I've seen that article, if they're referring to the same one, about how Noreen mentioned Millhouse as a potential suspect, but I do believe that she no longer considers him a suspect because of the strength of the Franklin information. Now, the thing about Millhouse is there are two possibilities I can see. One possibility is that he was involved in a way, but he was certainly far from the only player in this case. Looking at the whole, at the Des Moines Register and their structure at the time, there were definitely some anomalies there, the fact that Millhouse could get fired and then rehired again, the refusal to mention him. It's possible that he was protected and part of this, pedophile group within the Register that had a very good shall I say, vantage point to be targeting boys for abuse, there are certain interesting things to mention, like the fact that Sam Soda, according to Paul Bonassi's account of the whole kidnapping, they were at a motel the night before. Sam Soda showed a photograph of Johnny and said, "Here's the boy we're going to take." But according to Paul Bonassi, this was part of a much larger collection of photo album, like a much larger photo album of a bunch of other paper boys, all of whom were carrying their newspaper bags. So if Sam Soda has this, collection, if he has a collection of photos of all paper boys, it is indicative of the possibility that Sam Soda was himself linked to a pedophile ring at the Des Moines Register. It would fit, definitely. And when you look at what was happening with Sam Soda and the Des Moines Register, like, Sam Soda was a private investigator, and in October of 1984, he did expose someone named Frank Sikora, who was a pedophile who worked for the Register. But this person, Frank Sikora, was more of a distraction and a diversion. They really had no evident connection to Johnny Gosch. He was polygraphed, and they found that by the police, I believe, and found that he had no connection whatsoever to Johnny Gosch. Now, obviously, polygraph isn't perfect, but no evidence of his connection ever surfaced. And Frank Sikora, it's also interesting that there were, Sam Soda was apparently saying that, Frank Sikora was part of a larger group of other people at the Register who were also part of this ring too, but Frank Sikora is really the only name that came out of this, and I have not been able to find any evidence that he's even on the sex offender registry in Iowa, which is pretty interesting. But Frank Sikora, he originally pleaded not guilty on these charges of child molestation. He then subsequently, a mysterious fire broke out at his apartment building, and then shortly thereafter his plea is changed to guilty, and that's that, pretty much. So, Frank Sikora was probably a sick pedophile, no doubt about that. But when you think about it, a lot of it just seems a bit too convenient in a way. He talks to Sam Soda, this guy who just says, hey, Frank, can I speak to you about what you've done? And supposedly this pedophile who's molested dozens of boys just goes along with this guy and totally admits all the stuff that he's done. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And according to Sam Soda, he just talked his way into getting Frank Sikora to admit all this stuff on tape. And Frank Sikora would later claim that Sam Soda impersonated a Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation agent. So there's some weirdness going on there with Sam Soda's tactics, definitely. The fact that Frank Sikora was a lead that basically just died, it was a total dead end. Sam Soda tossed out this guy as a name, but then it totally fizzled out and never really went anywhere. So the possibility that I thought of for a while was maybe that Sam Soda was essentially throwing out a straw man to distract from the true pedophile organization that was really dirty and really going on in the Des Moines Register. Because Sam Soda said on the Faded Out podcast that he had never heard the name Wilbur Millhouse before, and he didn't know anything about him. So if Sam Soda is investigating all these pedophiles and supposedly uncovered a larger group of pedophiles within the Register, how is it that Wilbur Millhouse's name never came up, but only Frank Sikora's name did? It's interesting to me and suggests that maybe, Sam had a connection to a real pedophile group in the Des Moines Register, and he was keeping that covered up by throwing out a patsy, essentially, this Frank Sikora guy, to divert attention from the real trail. And it's also interesting to note that in Sam's interview on Faded Out, that he tries to make the pretty ludicrous claim. One, you might remember this, I don't know if you caught on, but Sam Soda tries to claim that he believes Johnny's abduction was a crime of opportunity. There was no planning involved whatsoever.
Yeah, I remember he was mentioning that. Yes, in the Faded Out podcast, his interview.
Yeah, and again, I do wonder why Sarah never really came back to this and never questioned why Sam Soda would hold this view, because not only is it it's at odds with so many things in this case, it's even at odds with her own theory of the case, because she seems to believe that Johnny was targeted by Wilbur Millhouse and the other people at the register for not keeping his mouth shut. Well, that's not a crime of opportunity. That is a planned, targeted kidnapping and murder. So Sam Soda is pretty much the only one to ever putting forward this theory that essentially takes out any sort of pedophile group, any sort of pre-planning, any premeditation really whatsoever, to say that it was all just a happenstance that Johnny was picked and it could have been anyone. And the facts that we know about the case, the photographs being taken of Johnny in advance, which both Leonard Gosch and Noreen have maintained, already puts to bed that whole notion of it being a crime of opportunity. But for Sam to try to make that claim is interesting and suggest that, because he even said in the interview at one point, like, oh, nice theory about Wilbur Millhouse, but I'm going to shoot it down and give you my own theory. So even Sam Soda was not willing to back up the direction that Faded Out was going in. So, that's very interesting and suggests that maybe there was really something in the Des Moines Register that Sam Soda was linked to and wanted to hide. Now, that is one possibility, a way that Millhouse could fit in if he was, part connected to this much larger group in Franklin. But I certainly don't, hold true to that. I really do wonder about. I've become more skeptical of Yellowbag recently. Of all the witnesses Faded Out brought on, I felt that he was the least likely to be a liar, especially compared to people like Leonard John Gosch and Sam Soda and Chris Burge. So not exactly the highest bar to overcome, but
didn't Sam Soda mention about the colored index cards that he had
about Millhouse
in the Faded Out podcast? Like he had color index cards about his investigation, like labeled like pedophiles and stuff like that. Do you remember that? I remember that in the podcast. It stood out to me.
I don't, but it is interesting to me that you mentioned that because colored index card is something that's shown up in other cases
in
too.
Chicago.
Well, yeah, and John Norman and the Delta Project.
That's
something that I've investigated quite a bit. Yeah, that whole pedophile ring in Chicago that was linked to serial killer John Wayne Gacy by their employee, by John Wayne Gacy's employee Philip Paskey, who was also a child trafficker and pimp for John Norman's operation. And yes, John Norman kept names of kids and clients on these index cards. And interestingly enough, Paul Wanasi in one interview talked about a Chicago pedophile ring that linked to Franklin that sounds exactly like the Delta Project. So this is a common pattern. And it's interesting you bring that up. And Millhouse was also apparently said to have a major, long list of boys that he was keeping in his house too. So again, there's a possibility that Millhouse really was connected to Franklin. I couldn't discount it offhand. It's possibly a decent lead, but, Noreen seems to have disregarded Millhouse entirely, and certain things about Yellowback's story I have been more dubious about recently, especially learning about the theory of the case that Yellowbag is trying to push forward, because Yellowbag ultimately he identified the man who he said accosted him in the Ford Fairmont and was supposedly an acquaintance of Millhouse. And this man, it's not been made public on Faded Out, but some of the people on the podcast who were working behind the scenes, people like Mark Hinshaw, a lawyer who Sarah was collaborating with, clipped various news articles on this character. And all these news clippings are public and ended up coming across them. And they made reference to a name, Amelio Mendoza. Now, Amelio Mendoza he grew up, it seems, in Salisbury, Maryland. And Amelio Mendoza was there in Salisbury, as late as early 1983, it seems. And ultimately, he ended up moving to Des Moines sometime around 83 or 84. Amelio Mendoza did indeed work for the Des Moines Register. The first confirmation of him working there that I found is in 1984, and he was apparently he was a district manager for one of the places where they delivered papers, and this person who Yellowbag is insistent was, the person who molested him in New Millhouse is interesting in a couple ways for that reason, but there are also severe problems with Amelio Mendoza trying to make it seem like he was involved, you know. Amelio Mendoza lived in Salisbury, Maryland for all of 1982, and there's no indication that he had any connection to Des Moines beforehand, you know. No real evidence of that, so how exactly would he have been involved with, you know, with Millhouse in early 1982?
Seems very unlikely to me.
When he wasn't even in Des Moines yet. He was still in Maryland at that time. So the thing is, like, either the whole story is bullshit, or he was linked to a person like Millhouse despite being halfway across the country, which of course really only makes sense in the context of a nationwide pedophile ring. And so we're back to the same place we started at. And so the whole thing about trying to implicate Amelio Mendoza as a kidnapper is interesting to me, especially when you consider that Amelio Mendoza, you know, Amelio, the first name, matches up with what Paul Benassi said the name of the kidnapper was. And I do find that interesting, and I have wondered about what it could mean, you know.
Sounds like possible disinformation to me.
Well, yeah. I mean, one possibility I thought of is, you know, that they picked someone with the name Amelio because they could then say, well, yeah, Paul Benassi just, you know, Paul Benassi is just sort of fabricating the story about this guy who he heard about named Amelio from this pedophile network, and he had nothing to do with it. Like, I guess I should say, like, Yellow Bag, before I even knew it was Yellow Bag, reached out to me over a Facebook message and was giving me the name Amelio Mendoza and was saying things like, do you think that maybe Paul Benassi came across the name of Amelio Mendoza through his association with the pedophile ring, and then he worked this name into a fake story about Johnny Gosch? And it's just such a convoluted belief that Yellow Bags was sort of trying to push, but it sort of signals the direction it was. And I do agree with you that it's quite likely that a guy with the name Amelio, was chosen as a sort of disinformational tactic to try and cast more doubt on Paul Benassi and to try to claim that he just took details from other cases into his own story, which is the same sort of refrain that always gets brought up about Paul Benassi.
Paul Benassi did this with his mastermind IQ all from prison, you know. Seems ludicrous.
Right. Now, and I don't know, you know, I'm out of, I guess out of respect to Yellow Bag, I won't out him. Like, I won't say the person's name, even though I do know who he is, you know, because there is the slightest possibility that he's telling the truth, at least compared to all the other witnesses in the case, and I don't have proof at the time. I certainly don't have proof that he's doing anything malicious, certainly, so I'm not going to out his name on the show, but, you know, I do know who he is. I know the person who he's trying to implicate as a suspect in the case, and
which I'm glad you were able to get that information out, George. It's very important that that's made known, so we can stick by the facts and stick by the truth, at least at least as currently as we see it as being right now.
Right, it really just seems like Faded Out is essentially trying to set up a patsy with Amelio Mendoza as a person who they claim is involved in the abduction, and I don't know, you know, it's certainly possible that if Amelio Mendoza and Millhouse were associated, though, like I said, clearly there's something much bigger going on than just a couple perverts at the Des Moines Register, because we're talking about someone who did not even live in Des Moines until at least the next year, and they were basically one person's in Maryland, one person's in Iowa, so clearly there must have been some sort of longer connection there if they really did have a relationship back then. And so we're back to entertaining the possibility of Franklin once again, the only really good way to make sense of all that. So I'm torn about Yellow Bag. I lean towards skepticism of his story more than I did in the past, but certain things about Sam Soda's story, about Sam Soda's actions and Frank Sikora could possibly fit into what Yellow Bag is claiming. So I'm undecided, but leaning towards the story being less likely to be true at this point. You know, like I said, of all the people on Faded Out, Yellow Bag, I would be the most inclined to believe, but again, that's not the biggest praise you can give someone, honestly. Especially given the other people on Faded Out who we'll get into, like Chris Burge and Sam Soda.
Yeah, which we've already discussed Sam Soda. So go ahead and start with Chris Burge, and then I'll play the comment. I'll play what I have for him.
Sure. I mean, Chris Burge, he came forward to, well, he's been kind of coming forward for a bit earlier than that. Back in 2015, around the time the documentary Who Took Johnny was released, he was posting on Reddit under the name Doghouse Riley, and
Yeah.
basically, you found that too?
No, I've heard of that.
Okay, yeah. You might have seen it on CAVDEF, for example, but yeah, he basically Chris Burge was replying to this thread that one of the documentary filmmakers had started and said, everything you said in the documentary is false. Johnny did not pick up his papers at 42nd and Ashworth Road, which is what all the witnesses had said. He claimed that Johnny
Yeah.
actually picked up the papers at the intersection of 42nd and Marcourt, which is 1 block away, where Johnny would deliver his, where Johnny would start his delivery of those papers. And Chris Burge claimed that, and pretty much no one on Reddit took him seriously because, why would you? No one can corroborate the story, and at least 2 witnesses, well, really 3 witnesses, because it confirmed that Johnny did in fact deliver his papers, pick up his papers at 42nd and Ashworth, because you had, first of all, you had Mike Seskis, who was like a 15 or 16-year-old boy at the place who knew Johnny and clearly saw Johnny there, identified him as being at the corner on that morning. You had John Rossi, who I've personally spoken to, and Yellowbag has also personally spoken to. And Yellowbag, in fact, seems to believe John Rossi about that, and of course, so do I. And that's one of the things that makes me a bit more trusting of Yellowbag than others because he at least acknowledges that John Rossi was telling the truth. And then you also have the neighbor of the Gosches who said that Johnny would cut through the backyard and had to get onto Ashworth Road and said that he heard Johnny doing it that morning. So, 3 witnesses who are placing Johnny at the corner of 42nd and Ashworth seems pretty ludicrous to try and claim that he was not there, that he was somewhere else. But that is what Chris Burge
And
said.
says he didn't know any of those witnesses lived. The other witnesses lived in the neighborhood, but obviously they did. To try to cast shade on that too as well is very
Well,
sketchy.
yeah. Well, yeah, and the thing is, he wasn't taken seriously on Reddit back in 2015, but then he contacts Sarah 3 years later in 2018 and tells her, everything about the whole witness accounts of what happened to Johnny are wrong. Only I know the truth. And basically the first email to Sarah that he sent was in such a weird, like, smug way that even she was not that inclined to believe him, like, kind of thought that he was uh, not exactly the most credible person, but he followed up and asked for more. And yes, as you say, he would say things like, "Oh, I didn't know John Rossi. I don't know who he was. I didn't know Mike Seskis. Nobody knew Mike Seskis." Basically, trying to insinuate that these people were fake, like fakes, without actually saying it outright, which was kind of weird and a bit underhanded on his part. But yeah, and he even said in the email to Sarah, like, John Rossi is obviously lying or making up facts. And the thing is, Sarah contacted me about this whole thing, like, because at the time we had been communicating back and forth and had a decent, I guess, working relationship ongoing where she would ask me opinions on certain things about the case, and I would send her pieces of information. But she asked me about Chris Burge, what I thought of him, and I said that yes, Chris Burge was a real person who lived in the neighborhood as he claimed, but the rest of the story is pretty much bullshit that's contradicted by all the other witnesses. And I told her this. I went into detail, and ultimately on the episode with Chris Burge, in the first episode interview with Chris Burge, you might remember Sarah saying this, that she said she forwarded Chris's emails to someone who was very knowledgeable about the case and asked their opinion, and then they
Yes, I
confirmed.
remember that.
Yeah, that is me who she was talking about if you didn't realize it. she asked me about Chris Burge, and I said he was a real person, and then cast a doubt on his story. And she only quoted me on the fact that Chris Burge was a real person, did not mention any of the doubts that I had raised about his story, and I had raised many doubts about his story. So already was an example of Sarah basically, picking pieces of evidence that she wanted for her narrative and not really bothering to present the rest of it. And that sort of thing that's a pattern that would surface again throughout the podcast. But yeah, Chris Burge was interviewed, he told his story and faded out, and basically, yeah, said that Johnny was not wherever all the witnesses said he was. And I don't know, it's kind of dumb because no one can corroborate Chris's story. No one had corroborated his story. You had
But
three
Sarah
witnesses.
takes it as gospel.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what the episode was called. It was literally titled "What We Had Wrong," which pretty much proves that she had not just taken Chris Burge's story as one data point of what might have happened. It was like, well, I heard his story. I am 100% on board. And she really never looked back from that, at least not for a while, because there was something entertaining that happened a bit more recently. But yeah, she totally went on board, never even showed any sign of questioning Chris's story, just said, oh, we were wrong about this whole time. And after calling that one episode What We Had Wrong, she had another episode called The Misinformation Effect,
Yeah,
where
which was the next one.
Yeah, she was sort of like playing, I guess, armchair sociologist or whatever, saying like, well, it's a collective false memory,
Yeah, calling what conspiracy theorists believe, like attributing it to the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
I found it to be very disingenuous, by the way, but that's my opinion.
Well, yes, and you will not find too much challenge from me in that department, is what I'll say. But yeah, basically, that is the sort of attitude that happened. And the thing is, she constantly there's a lot of arbitrariness in which witness accounts are elevated as credible over others on Faded Out. There are three witnesses who are saying these sorts of things that tend to validate the initial accounts that were told, that came up about 42nd and Ashworth being the location where Johnny picked up his papers, and yet Chris Burge is the only person to ever say this, and yet he is being treated as more credible. Is it possible that this collective false memory thing could have happened? Well, yes, but to immediately jump to that conclusion based on what one witness has told you and not even bother to be skeptical of them, even when the person who she supposedly trusts as an authority on the case has given them a detailed amount of information on why Chris Burge at least deserves to be treated with skepticism, that does raise questions about whether the podcast is really trying to be open-minded or whether they're simply have one narrative they're sticking with. And the interesting effect of Chris Burge's narrative, if it's true, is that, well, if Johnny was not at 42nd and Ashworth, then the blue car that was there is totally irrelevant to the abduction. And if
Bonacci's a liar.
Yeah, and so the ripple effect of that is that Bonacci, who talked about that blue car, is a liar as well. So that seems to be the underlying motive and reason for Chris Burge's story to exist at all, to ultimately discredit Paul Bonacci.
Now, George, we know that Paul Bonacci was just trying to somehow magically reform his reputation.
Yeah, and there are many problems with that, as I've gone over before. The fact that he was talking about the Johnny Gosch case in his diary before he was in prison at all, and in fact he did not have access to the diary while he was in prison, as Nick Bryant's book confirmed. It was at his grandmother's house during that whole period. But yeah, that's ultimately the effect that was attempted on Bonacci. It's something interesting to point out. In early newspaper accounts of the case, it was claimed that there were two different cars. One car that was seen at Ashworth Road by the witnesses there was a blue car, and one car that was seen at Marquardt Lane by P.J. Smith that was a silver car. And ultimately, Noreen ended up finding by 1985 there are, investigative files that she submitted in a government document somewhere. This is also linked on CAVDEF. It's even shown in a picture that I have on the website, on the wiki page for Johnny Gosch, that by 1985, she had come to the conclusion that there was only one single blue car that was at Ashworth and then drove around the block to Marquardt. But newspaper accounts said that newspaper accounts said that there were two different cars. So the interesting question to raise there is if Paul Benassi was getting his accounts from newspaper articles, why would he not have two separate cars be involved? And why would he say that there's only one car? He matches up with what the Gosches knew from their private investigation, but not what was being reported publicly, which is an interesting thing about Paul Benassi, but ultimately Chris Burge was trying to reinforce and go with the narrative there were two different cars, and the car that was at Ashworth had literally nothing to do with Johnny's abduction at all. It was only the silver car. So you can sort of see the motive, or the likely motive behind Chris Burge's story, which again has no corroboration at all. So that happened on Faded Out, and Chris Burge's story was taken a lot more seriously and a lot more quickly than it deserved. But then you get to the episode after that, and it got even more disingenuous to me, which and you made the same observation too. They tried to interview Matt Seskis, who was the brother of Mike Seskis.
Yes.
And of course, Mike Seskis is the one who was at Ashworth Road and knew Johnny, and saw Johnny there and was a witness to the police and was quoted in the police report as saying that that he saw Johnny be approached by this man. Mike was one of the people who gave a witness account to Sketch the kidnapper, and he also saw this tall man following Johnny down the street down 42nd Street afterwards. So that's all. So he's a witness who supports the initial version of events, the one that Noreen has held to, the one that Benassi's story is in accordance with, and he would contradict Chris Burge's story. So Chris Burge, being friends with people in the neighborhood, was able to make contact with Matt Seskis, and Sarah interviewed Matt Seskis, and it was interesting to see how that went too, because she asked Matt Seskis did Mike believe that he saw Johnny? And he's like, yeah, I wasn't there, I can't say for sure.
Yeah, I actually brought that up to you.
Yeah, and it's something that I was listening to Fade Out as the episodes came out and hearing this stuff, and it was very galling to me to see how how the logical conclusions of what these people said were being disregarded in favor of the narrative that came from this lone witness, Chris Burge. Matt Seskis pretty much completely confirmed what his brother Mike saw. He said, yeah, Mike definitely believed he saw Johnny Gosch. And then Sarah was saying, well, do you think that it's possible that the police could have led him into saying that he saw Johnny even though he didn't? And Matt Seskis, well, he conceded in response to that very leading question on Sarah's part that it was possible, but he certainly wasn't going to make that sort of claim on his own, and he seemed to believe that Mike Seskis saw what he claims to have seen. Now, later in the podcast, in later episodes, Sarah would say things along the lines of, Matt Seskis said that Mike could have been intimidated by police into saying something that he didn't really see. And she would cite Matt Seskis as if he came up with that all on his own.
Yeah.
But he didn't. She led him into saying that. So that's another sort of sneaky tactic and not exactly the most honest presentation of evidence. I won't say anything about motives, but it certainly did jump out at me as a very problematic way that Fade Out was
disingenuous.
Yeah. It does not reveal the full context of what the witnesses actually said. It's taking them out of context to
trying to get your narrative. It's not presenting the facts, it's trying to spin to what you have previously believed.
Right, yeah. And that's the troubling thing about the whole way that Chris Burge was treated. And there was basically no skepticism of his account for a while. Now, something else that came out is ultimately when Leonard John Gosch was interviewed, he basically confirmed that he said that Chris Burge was right, and this is a very convenient thing, honestly. He says that, yes, Johnny used to have his paper drop location at 42nd and Ashworth, but basically, the week or so before his abduction, it got changed to be at 42nd and Marquardt instead. So basically, he was saying that, yeah, Johnny used to deliver his papers there, but on this particular occasion, it suddenly changed, and now he and Chris Burge is right. So Leonard
Yeah,
John
that
Gosch,
was weird. I remember listening to John Gosch Sr. saying that he had petitioned the Des Moines paper so that he could change the routes. It'd be easier for him to pick up the papers. But yet, John Gosch Sr. also mentions that he would cut through his neighbor's yard like he would. Like it made no sense to me.
well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, even John Gosch, of all people, confirmed that Johnny did, he did go to 42nd and Ashworth
Yeah,
for
and he cut through the neighbor's yard sometimes.
Yeah, and up until that point, Sarah was trying to discredit the whole thing and say, well, it doesn't make sense to me that Johnny would have taken that route. It just is not a good place to walk, and that was because Chris Burge had basically sort of suggested that the terrain was too rough there, that you had to go across a creek bed, and no kid would choose to haul their wagon over there. And Sarah pretty much took his word for it for a while. Then Leonard John Gosch said, no, Johnny did actually cut through his wagon and go to Ashworth up until the last day up until right before his abduction. So kind of trying to have,
which makes no sense. Why did he mention that beforehand?
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to get at. That like he has literally sat by Noreen's side as she talks about Johnny being seen at Ashworth Road. Like he's side by side with Noreen and America's MIA Children, for instance. He is literally the one giving, and he's even giving some of these witness accounts himself in the Kidnapped by a Stranger documentary that I also have linked on CAVDEF. And it just makes no sense,
The thing is, he didn't even mention later in his interview, well, I talked to Chris Burge, and maybe he was right about this. Maybe I was mistaken. Like, he didn't even say any of that, He was just like, this is how it's always been. He didn't say that, but that's what he seemed like he alluded to.
Well, yeah, and that's just the general attitude that Leonard John Gosch has, that he never acknowledges his past statements. He just changes them and pretends that his past statements never happened. But because, yeah, if suppose that is correct, that Johnny was not delivering his papers at 42nd and Ashworth, that he was not picking up his papers at 42nd and Ashworth, that he was picking them up at 42nd and Marquardt. Well, the newspapers and the police reports all say that Johnny was picking up his papers at Ashworth. So why would he let this go uncorrected for decades? Like, how would this not become an issue?
I mean, the witnesses, the Gosches, everything would be false. Like, if we believe everything, like, I mean, even Sarah mentions that if this is true, that everything we believe is a lie, which, yeah, that's true, but the thing is it makes the story extremely more convoluted.
Well, yeah, and it's funny because, people like Sarah, in general, the people who are the anti-Franklin crowd like to bring up Occam's razor, but people always misinterpret what Occam's razor actually is. It's not the simplest explanation is the most likely explanation. It's the simplest explanation that accounts for all the available evidence is the most likely explanation, and that key part, having to account for the available evidence, is the thing that people always leave out. People like to say, well, conspiracy theory is probably not what happened because it's too convoluted and therefore Occam's razor. But you actually have to look at all the evidence in the case before you apply Occam's razor and find the most likely possibility.
And the conspiracy narrative's the most likely possibility.
Yeah, in this case, when you have multiple witnesses confirming Ashworth Road being the location of the paper drop, even Leonard John Gosch claiming that it was the case up until right before the abduction, and one lone witness saying this with no substantiation from anywhere else. Well, Occam's razor will tell you that the multiple people who have consistently said this are actually telling the truth, and Chris Burge has no basis for a story, and Leonard John Gosch is just revising his views to be in accordance with what Chris Burge is saying when he never challenged the location of the paper drop before, because like I said, why would he have let this false information fester for decades before finally bringing it up on this podcast? It's pretty important to know where your son was kidnapped from if you actually care about resolving this case, but it was never challenged. So, I mean, that's a problematic aspect of a story, and ultimately you end up in this weird scenario where, okay, suppose that it wasn't Johnny at the paper drop that morning. So who is the kid who looked sufficiently like Johnny that he was mistaken for Johnny by John Rossi and by Mike Seskis. And Mike Seskis in particular actually knew Johnny from having seen him every Sunday morning at the paper drop, which Leonard John Gosch himself admits Johnny would go to.
Well, Dick Scott also in the chat reminds me, and I remember hearing this too in the interview with Faded Out, that Leonard John Gosch said in the 1980s he at least was trying to do what Noreen wanted him to do, more or less.
Well, yes, that's a good point. That up until about 1993, and there's some weird stuff that happened there with John Gosch and also Charlie Kerr, is that, yeah, he and Noreen were seemingly on the same side, seemingly, working together to resolve this case. At least that's the public face that they presented. And I've mentioned before how when he was on video interviews, he would often basically say the same things. He would confirm aspects of Noreen's story, like he would talk about the photographs being taken of Johnny, talk about the manila envelope on the car seat that seemed to be like a work order for a kidnapping. He confirmed the proofs of life that he now disavows on Faded Out. He believed Paul Benassi. All this stuff it's pretty clear that Leonard John Gosch was seemingly on the same side as Noreen Gosch all this time, and only turned against her after the divorce, or right around the time of the divorce, which is obviously curious timing, and it just makes him seem all the more self-serving. And one of the alleged incidents that happened in 1993 is that I mentioned before the name Charlie Kerr, who Paul Benassi said owned the farmhouse where Johnny was taken, and Noreen has basically mentioned how she mentions it in her book, and also another witness named Jimmy Gibson, who appeared on America's Most Wanted, has mentioned it too. Basically saying that he had been working with the county attorney in Sioux City to surveil and ultimately arrest Charlie Kerr. And they were very close to making an arrest of Charlie. And then Noreen was contacted one day by the county attorney, and basically they said, we're about to arrest him. And Noreen's husband thinks you could trust him. And then Leonard John Gosch left the house, drove all the way to Sioux City, and told Charlie Kerr about his pending arrest. It tipped him off. Charlie Kerr then fled the scene to the whole operation. So, if that account is true, and I am inclined to believe Noreen, but also the fact that it's backed by another witness in Gibson, and the fact that certain parts of Noreen's account, like the fact that Charlie Kerr was living in a trailer, which is by the police that I happened to her, show that she really was telling the truth about the investigation. Very anomalous action by Leonard John Gosch right around 1993, shortly before their divorce, really kind of demonstrated it was one of the first major instances of him being unhelpful in the case. But yes, as the person in the chat points out, Leonard John Gosch was initially at least seeming to be in favor of trying to find Johnny, and was in tandem with Noreen on most issues. So that is important to point out too. Now, the problem we end up with is, supposing that Chris Burgess' story is true, who is this mystery boy at 42nd and Ashworth who is mistaken for Johnny Gosch? And how is it that, the neighbor witness heard somebody dragging a wagon through their backyard, as Johnny always did, and Leonard John Gosch literally admitted Johnny always did. So who is this phantom paperboy who did the exact same thing Johnny did that morning, and went to Ashworth and was seen and mistaken for Johnny, but was not actually Johnny Gosch? Like you said, the story just gets too convoluted if you take Chris Burgess' narrative. In this case, Occam's razor actually points you towards the conspiracy explanation instead of the lone nut type of explanation that Chris Burgess tries to promote, or is providing fuel to the fire for.
And Dick's gone real quick, and I want to play the thing about Chris Burge, and then I want to mention the stuff that we found out, that we discovered on our own the other night, and then we'll probably be done with everything. But he mentioned that things started to change between Noreen Gosch and Leonard John Gosch when Leonard John Gosch allegedly physically abused Noreen Gosch, probably within the late 80s.
Yes, there is in fact corroboration of that too. It's in Noreen's book, and it's on CAVDEF as well. If you go to the CAVDEF page I have on Johnny Gosch. I know I cite that a lot, but it really is important to visit it because there's all my research is basically compiled here. There is, I have put the page from Noreen's book that's actually a letter sent to her by Sam Raley, who is a Scott County, Iowa sheriff's deputy and a friend of her brother. And on like one night in 1984, he was called to a hotel in Davenport, Iowa, where she was staying, to basically because Noreen was there and she was sobbing and she had clearly been beaten quite severely and had like blood and mud all over her. And so basically Sam Raley confirmed this whole account that Noreen had been abused severely by her husband. And there's also a police report and newspaper articles that I have that are verifying this whole series of events as well that are linked on CAVDEF too. So yes, there was definitely physical abuse by Leonard John Gosch against Noreen that went on. And it's interesting, and as I mentioned before, Sam Soda also severely beat his teenage stepson in 1993. So it's interesting to see that Sarah Dimeo has endorsed as credible witnesses in this case two proven domestic abusers, but, well, neither here nor there.
Yeah, it's... I understand what you're saying. It's something. I'm going to play this clip real quick. Something I found interesting about Chris Burge and, during it, and then we'll discuss it. Let's see here. Oh, well, it's not wanting to play for some reason or another now. Anyway, it was just weird how in the interview Chris Burge seemed like he had an advanced knowledge of child abductors and serial killers and pedophiles and stuff like that, and how that they don't work together in groups, that there's no mass rings, that they similarly work alone. With their own research, that seems to be not the case, George, and I would assume you agree with me on that.
Well, yes, definitely. I think especially with people like John Wayne Gacy, you know, there are clear connections to pedophile networks in, all over the country. Like, Gacy was linked to the Delta Project, as I mentioned. Dean Corll was linked to an earlier incarnation of that. I talked about the Atlanta child murders recently on William Ramsey's show. And, a lot of
Which
these...
you did a great job, by the way.
Thank you. But yeah, a lot of these serial killer cases are very anomalous and clearly not the work of lone individuals, and usually are a cover for a much larger criminal enterprise that has been going on. Even people like, Ted Bundy as well, who seem like the archetypal lone nut killer. There was a lot more to the story a lot of people don't know about. So yes, when I heard this for the first time from Chris Burge, I found it curious for him to be reinforcing all this standard FBI profiler talk about how serial killers operate and trying to apply that to the Johnny Gosch case.
Yeah, I did too as well. I found it very interesting. One last thing I want to talk about before we close was that Vindalf had brought up Jackie Mcgauley's claim that you had mentioned too on CAVDEF.org about how Kathleen Sorensen and Kristen Halbig had visited Jackie Mcgauley and told her that they were concocting this whole Franklin narrative for John DeCamp.
Well, yeah, and I just to explain this whole thing, because it is a convoluted narrative, and Vindalf, of course, attacks the conspiracy theorists who believe in Franklin, but then he comes up with his own conspiracy theory that's even more outlandish and hard to substantiate. And Vindalf, I should note, by the way, is definitely a big proponent of Faded Out, and he...
And Lucian Greaves, by the way, and the Satanic Temple, interesting enough, but go ahead.
Oh, you're saying that the Satanic Temple was supported by Vindalf as well, or they were supporting Faded Out as well?
No. Vindalf retreats Lucius Greaves a lot.
Well, right, yeah.
Like a lot. So.
I'm not surprised. But yeah, like, Vindalf at one point was like, he tweeted the Leonard John Gosch's interview and said, like, check out this brilliant interview with Leonard John Gosch, who, like, disputes Paul Manofsky's story. Well, Of course, I'm sure Vindalf was like practically salivating over having Leonard John Gosch finally confirm the evidence-free claims about Benassi reading all this stuff from newspapers that he was making for years. So, not surprising to me that he would say that sort of thing, but, you know, like I've gone over in painful detail, that Leonard John Gosch is quite the opposite of a credible witness in this case. Like, there really is no there really is no basis for believing him, but Vindalf, of course, finds the evidence convenient. But yeah, Vindalf's ultimate story about the Franklin hoax actually goes far beyond what the Franklin grand jury ever concluded, because the Franklin grand jury never identified who was behind the hoax. They made all these weird aspersions on various people, like Kirsten Hallberg and John DeCamp, and they would bring up all these people who they said were irresponsible, but they never pinned it on any one person at all. So, Vindalf makes the false claim that the grand jury report identified DeCamp as the ringleader behind the whole Franklin hoax, which it never did, by the way. But he basically comes up with this weird sort of narrative of political intrigue in Nebraska, and basically says, well, so John DeCamp, as he writes about in his book in 1984, was apparently falsely accused of child sex crimes in order to unseat him in a Republican primary. And apparently and according to Vindalf, John DeCamp got so mad at this that he decided to get his revenge on the GOP establishment by fabricating Franklin. So basically, the claim is that John DeCamp used his sway over the Foster Care Review Board, which, because, you know, like I said, Carol Stitt of the Foster Care Review Board was the one who picked up these foster care reports and found that they had not been investigated and was aghast, and she was the one who started reporting this stuff to the Omaha police and the Attorney General to get them to follow up on these leads. So, and basically there were some sort of like political battles going on in the Nebraska State Senate where some of them wanted to do away with the Foster Care Review Board, and DeCamp was protecting the existence of the board. So Vindalf says, well, Carol Stitt owes her job and her position to John DeCamp, so John DeCamp has influence over Carol Stitt. And basically, Vindalf says in some of his posts on the Hoaxstead Research blog that DeCamp got Kirsten Hallberg, no, got Carol Stitt to get Kathleen Sorensen and Kirsten Hallberg to concoct accusations of child abuse among the kids who they were supervising, and use that as the impetus to start the whole Franklin hoax.
They told Jackie Mcgauley this.
Well, they didn't exactly tell her, but what they did was, like, Jackie Mcgauley claims she claimed on the Rigorous Intuition forums and various posts of ours, she posts under the name JM, that in 1984 or 1985, at some conference for her group called Affirming Children's Truth, these two women from Nebraska...
Vindalf puts accepting children's truth, so he gets that wrong on his Twitter. Go ahead. I just wanted to make that note.
Well, yeah, good to point it out, but yeah. Basically, the claim by Jackie Mcgauley is that these two Nebraska women came to her ACT conference in 84 or 85, stayed with her, and were talking about this case that they were working in Nebraska that with regards to child abuse, and mentioned John DeCamp being involved as well. So, obviously there was no Franklin case back in 84 and 85. So, for them to be talking about the Franklin case and having DeCamp be part of it is very anomalous. And if Jackie Mcgauley's story is true, then that definitely would suggest that there was something underhanded going on about with the Franklin case, with DeCamp and these two women investigating a case that doesn't actually exist yet.
But the thing is, though, is Jackie Mcgauley messed up.
Yep. Many ways.
You there? Yeah, I mean, so our own sister's website, Jackie Mcgauley's website, she lists a whole bunch of things that Jackie Mcgauley was involved in, just to show another thing of that. So for this specific Affirming Children's Truth, it says that she is a creator and produced conferences, and we'll talk about maybe why that may not be true. Jackie Mcgauley also mentions that she is a part of Believe the Children. We can't find a lot of evidence on that.
Well, I go further. I found literally no evidence on that.
Yeah, we didn't. I will
I
show
found the
why.
yeah, I found the corporate records for Believe the Children, and there definitely were mothers of McMartin victims that were involved, but Jackie Mcgauley's name does not come up in any of the documents. So I know absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but
It's very suspicious.
yeah.
So on her sister's website, they put it. She was affirming Children's Truth Conference 1985. Jan Hollingsworth and Dr. Roland Summit. Well, the problem with that and George and I, we researched, we looked for this to try to find out, what was going on, because these are major claims if true. It really makes you think, and so we were trying to verify, is this information correct? Is this information not correct? And so we spent, a good 3 hours, looking through all this to try to get down to the bottom of it. And, well, we found this old, it was like these newsletters that these people were writing with newspaper clippings and everything to back it up at the time. And so we found when the conference actually is, and that it was on May 4th, but it was not in 1985, it was in 1987. So that's 2-year difference. So then it of itself is a problem. And affirming children's truth for another newspaper article in and of itself, it was found to be from newspapers.com, from the Los Angeles Times. Affirming children's truth was found to be started around October 1985. And Jackie Mcgauley is not listed as a member of that at this time. Granted, they didn't list every member, but it's still suspect of why she started Affirming Children's Truth, which was originally started as Families Affirming Children's Truth, and yet she's not mentioned in this newspaper article. So the conference was in 1987. It wasn't in 1985, and for fact, Families Affirming Children's Truth was started in late 1985. So none of this matches up. Her timeline is completely BS. So it lays a lot of questions about Jackie Mcgauley then. If she can't get basic facts straight and basic dates that she was a part of, then it kind of makes you think, well, what about everything else?
Yeah, and if you want to if you go on the CAVDEF wiki and you go to the Franklin child sex ring page and then go to the talk page, I do have a section about this that basically puts links to all of Jackie Mcgauley's claims that she made on rigorous intuition. And she more or less says that the Nebraska women stayed at her house she keeps confounding the date, but she says 84 or 85, and then at one point she nailed it down to early 1985. But of course, John, as you pointed out, an October article said that it was a recently formed organization, so it seems relatively unlikely that these two Nebraska women would have heard of this conference and gone to it if when the organization either didn't even exist yet or had just barely started. It's very hard to believe that that's actually true.
Well, the conference that she
puts
mentions
a lot of doubt on what Jackie Mcgauley
Well,
claimed.
the conference that she mentions is the one from 1987. So, none of this, it doesn't make any sense. She says, both in her own post and her sister's own post, affirming Children's Truth Conference 1985, Jan Hollingsworth and Dr. Roland Summit. Well, the only one that Jan Hollingsworth and Dr. Roland Summit were both were talking at was a 1987 conference. And on top of that, the little meeting that happened in 1985, which, yes, Roland Summit was at, it wasn't a conference. It was just a forum. So there's some major gaps in what... And if Jackie Mcgauley wants to reach out to us and explain it and talk with us, on the record, then fine. So be it, I'll do it. But there's some major issues with this.
Right. And now the other issue beyond the timing of these organizations existing at all is that her claims about the involvement of DeCamp and the two women are kind of just inherently contradictory if you really know anything about Franklin. Her posts claim that the Nebraska women came to her and were very upset about, the John DeCamp. They were very upset about John DeCamp's memo that had publicized all this information on these abusers and about the Franklin situation. And she posted this pretty clearly on Rigorous Intuition and said that they told her at the conference that they were upset with DeCamp for this memo. Now, the problem is that the DeCamp memo didn't come out until the year 1990, and Kathleen Sorensen died in a car crash in 1989. So it's just plainly impossible for Kathleen Sorensen and Kirsten Holberg to be together talking about the DeCamp memo at any point in time. So, it's just ludicrous from the get-go to have this whole story, to have this whole story be there. And another big problem with the whole logic of this that Vindalf tries to insinuate about Sorensen and Holberg being on some secret mission for Carol Stitt and or John DeCamp, why would they be bringing up the name of the ringleader of their conspiracy? Like, just why would they just say the guy's name to Jackie Mcgauley if this was a major conspiracy plot? Like, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And given the seemingly clear falsehood of Jackie Mcgauley's claims, and yes, like you said, if she wants to clarify this, I would love to hear what she has to say about this. But it certainly seems to me from all the available evidence that she said something about meeting these Nebraska women that is simply inherently contradictory and not true at all. And I do wonder why she would say such a thing. It seems like the only major motive would be to
discredit Franklin for no reason.
Yeah, in a very indirect way, because very few people beyond Vindalf picked up on this, but it really just doesn't do anything aside from make the Nebraska women who were instrumental in breaking Franklin look all the more suspicious. And the thing about Vindalf is that he sort of tries to fill in the narrative that the grand jury never really told, the narrative that they left out. The grand jury never bothered to explain the whole hoax, how the hoax started before Alisha Owen. It pretty much, it addressed Ulysses Washington and sort of like tried to paper over the fact that there was really nothing good they could use to discredit Ulysses Washington or Shawnetta Moore. So...
And now maybe it's possible that Jackie Mcgauley was just getting back at Ted Gunderson. That's a possibility. But it's still, something that she needs to clarify so that, she will... So we get the truth, because she's not... If she's going after Ted Gunderson because she's mad at him, fine, whatever. But this is hurting Alisha Owen. This is hurting Troy Bonner, Kathleen Sorensen. Everybody who's involved in Franklin... that wasn't part of the nefarious plot. Gary Caradori. This is, putting a stain on them. John DeCamp even, which we have our own issues with John DeCamp that we mentioned earlier. But it's at the bare minimum, she might be mad at Ted Gunderson and she's just trying to lash out. At the worst, this is disinformation at its finest. And I'd love to talk to Jackie Mcgauley if she would talk to me. I mean, again, I have it on the screen, the article was a corporation for Believe the Children, and yes, we verified that, what we could, that the women listed on here were part of McMartin. Jackie Mcgauley is not one of them. Jackie Mcgauley claims that she was the president of Affirming Children's Truth, and as well as the executive board of Believe the Children. Maybe that's later, fine, whatever. But something else I find very interesting is that I can't find any mention of Jackie Mcgauley about McMartin in Ross E. Chet's book, The Witch Hunt Narrative, as well as any newspaper clippings before 1989.
Yeah, it is weird. I'd love to see if she did clarify this, but it kind of seems like she's just moved on in a way from McMartin and doesn't really want anything else to do with the case. So
I'm not making any allegations. I'm just pointing out things that are odd. That's
all.
All.
I agree. Yeah, like I said, Mcgauley's statements are odd, and I can say that I find what she said about Sorensen and Holberg very difficult to believe. But if she has a real explanation for this, I would love to hear it. Interest is the truth, not in defending anyone, not holding up anyone's statements as sacred. We just want to know how this all fits together and what the evidence really says.
Yeah, very much so, George. Is there anything else, brother? Anything else that you could think of? I think we thoroughly covered both cases in their defense, why they're true and why they matter, to go after any detractors on them. And I think we probably have the best summary of both, Johnny Gosch and the Franklin scandal that anybody's going to ever come across.
I mean, yeah, the only question is, will anyone watch this 4-hour video of it?
Yeah, hopefully, yes. Hopefully if YouTube doesn't shut us down. But you definitely donate to George's work. George does excellent work. CAVDEF.org. And, you know, he is one of the few people that are out there searching for the truth and doing actual investigative journalism, which is very rare nowadays. There's only a handful of us that are carrying the torch from the old school people, and I hope and I implore to Nick Bryant that he does release what he has, because if he's not getting any younger, and some of us would love to go through this evidence, and that's really about it, man. Unless you can think of anything, George. It was great having you on, Dudes Talking, as always. We'll definitely have you on again. I appreciate all the work you've done and everything, and I want to thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you, John. I appreciate the chance to be here, and you definitely would also be in that category of one of the few people who actually does real investigation and trying to pave through new information rather than just rehashing the same stories over and over again. I think that's the kind of attribute that we need to see more of in the parapolitical research world if we're actually going to move forward and do something real and get taken seriously and not just sit spinning our wheels.
Yes, very much so, George. Well, take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. All right, that's everything for this episode of Dudes Talking on the We've Read the Documents channel. Please like, share, and subscribe, as well as please support George's work. I'll have his PayPal link down at the bottom. You can throw him a couple of bucks, and I definitely want to thank George with CAVDEF.org for being on. George is a dear friend, a true researcher, a brother seeking for the truth, and we'll definitely have him on again. Until next time, take care, everybody, wherever you are. And as always, continue reading the documents.